I'll share a few of the site benefits that we have here in the district. It is directly adjacent to the Nose Creek corridor, providing the natural open space as you saw in the land use plan, surrounded on 3 sides by open space, whether it be urban nature or community and regional infrastructure with the storm pond. There are outdoor amenities with the Nose Creek pathway system and those nearby services to help with their clientele access to shops, services, and employment directly adjacent to the proposed use, and then direct access to transit as well too, as mentioned by administration. We have a bus stop adjacent to the site that is likely to be used by the clientele and employees of the facility as well too. So we did want to thank Council for their consideration. I know our public hearing got moved around a couple of times, and I appreciate your consideration. We had another contentious item that's in another municipality, so appreciate your patience with us. Next slide, please. That is our closing. Happy to answer any questions. And again, we've got the CASA Mental Health Services Group to present next here. So any questions for their operations, I would encourage Council to ask that group. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your presentation. I don't see any questions for you in the queue, so thanks for taking the time. So it's Bianca Dahlman. Hi.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. My name is Puneet Samaya. I'm the project manager with CASA Mental Health. I'm joined today by Bianca Dahlman, intern architect with Reimagine Architects. We're here to present our land use amendment application for CASA's Calgary project. CASA is a nonprofit delivering holistic, culturally safe wraparound mental health services to children and youth ages 3 to 18, along with their families. We focus on the missing middle, young people whose needs are greater than what families can manage at home, but do not require acute hospital care. Each year, CASA supports more than 11,000 children, youth, and families across Alberta. Next slide, please. With provincial grant support and a 5-year campaign, CASA is expanding into Fort Mac, Medicine Hat, Edmonton, and Calgary. The Calgary facility will serve adolescents aged 12 to 18 through 2 core programs: the Adolescent Day program, which helps teens with serious mental health challenges build social and learning skills, combining therapy with education in a small classroom. The CASA House Stay program is a live-in program offering longer-term treatment with therapy, life skills training, and on-site schooling. By bringing these programs under one roof, the facility will provide continuous care, allowing youth to transition seamlessly between day and residential treatment as their needs change. Purpose-built spaces, treatment rooms, classrooms, and recreation areas will create a safe, healing environment. Next slide, please. Calgary has one of Alberta's largest youth populations, yet specialized mental health services remain limited. CASA's new facility will close that gap by expanding access to thousands of youth and families every year. The center will be trauma-informed, culturally safe, and inclusive of Indigenous and diverse communities. And through CASA's Circle of Care, we will strengthen partnerships with schools, hospitals, and community organizations to ensure our services are accessible, family-centered, and integrated into the community. Next slide, please. To move this project forward, CASA is requesting a land use amendment to add residential care as a permitted use on this site. This amendment would enable us to build a purpose-built youth mental health facility for adolescents ages 12 to 18. Residential care means youth live on site with 24/7 staff support, ensuring safety, quality care, and wraparound services. The facility will follow City of Calgary standards and integrate respectfully with the surrounding community. Next slide, please. I'll turn it over to Bianca to describe the site location.
Thanks, Puneet. The CASA Mental Health Calgary site is ideally situated for adolescents, families, and staff. Its proximity to major roadways, including Deerfoot Trail, Stony Trail, Country Hills Boulevard, and Airport Trail, ensures convenient access from across the city and surrounding areas. Hotels and restaurants within the airport vicinity also make this location ideal. Finally, the site is near to residential communities, yet not directly embedded in them. This buffer allows for smart and respectful growth. Next slide, please. We know that access to nature and physical activity supports mental health. So this natural setting surrounding our site provides opportunities for recreation and healing, an ideal complement to the programs CASA offers. Next slide, please. The top image highlights the lot to the south of the site, showcasing a panoramic view of the stormwater pond. Adjacent to the pond, the pavilion offers shelter for picnic tables and outdoor fitness equipment. The lower two images illustrate the wide range of amenities located within a 500-meter walk of the site, including restaurants, cafes, a gas station, and a daycare, further enhancing convenience for CASA. Next slide, please. This amendment will allow CASA to move forward with the development of a much-needed, purpose-built mental health facility that will serve vulnerable youth and contribute positively to the community and the broader healthcare system. The development is publicly funded by the Government of Alberta and is anticipated to be operational by fall 2027. CASA requests support of this amendment and welcomes any questions. Next slide, please. Thank you, Mayor and Council.
Thank you very much for your presentation. I'm just looking to see if there's anybody else in the queue, and I'm not seeing anyone with any questions. You just did? Okay, sure. Go ahead, Councillor Meehan.
Yeah, thanks so much for being here. I'm glad to see this coming forward. It is a bit like far from the community, like where a lot of other houses are, and it's not the most walkable area. And so I'm just kind of want to understand like how the users of this facility are going, like what that looks like, what their day-to-day looks like, and how, you know, how they're going to get around. There obviously is, I'm not saying there's no transit or no nothing, but it's a fairly car-intensive part of the city.
Thank you for your question. So through the chair, the day program, the kiddos arrive by way of their parent or guardian dropping them off typically, or through a bus. And then the stay program, where the kids stay overnight, they stay for a 4-month period and they live on site.
Okay, so it's a mix of both. I don't want to get too far into the discussion about the users, but just because this is my area, I was curious about that. So thanks so much for the response, and that's it, Mayor.
Thank you. I'm not seeing any other questions for you in the queue, so thanks so much for taking the time to join us. And I'm just wondering, is Todd Urquhart presenting as well, or?
No, he's not present.
Okay, great. Thank you for that. Okay, so the public hearing for this item, 7.2.9, was opened with Mike Coldwell speaking, and I'm just asking now if there's anyone else wishing to speak to 7.2.9. Okay, I'm not seeing or hearing anyone else, so I will close the public hearing on this item. Let's go to questions of administration, starting with Councillor Meehan.
Yeah, thank you so much. I don't have any super detailed questions actually about the application, but I did receive some feedback from residents that are more sort of procedural. So the first thing is, I guess, the map on DMAP and what is on the physical sign don't match. If there is a change in an application, do we go back out and update the physical signs?
Yes, we do. This application did go through quite a change at the beginning. It included some additional sites north of Country Hills. Throughout the review, those were removed, and then the application was updated, which would be updated on DMAP as well. And then on our notice posting signs, those would be updated on the physical signs on the site as well.
Okay, I don't know in this case if the physical signs did get updated. I didn't personally see it. I know that residents had said that maybe it hadn't.
It would have been updated,
okay.
Especially leading up to the public hearing, because we always do multiple sets of signs, one for the review to gather comments, and then one for the public hearing as well. So it would have been definitely updated for the public hearing.
Okay, thanks for that clarity. And then this has just sort of been a longstanding issue where this part of Ward 3, it doesn't technically, because it's not right up against a community, doesn't have its own like designated community association, but the Northern Hills Community Association really wants to be notified about these types of developments and said that they weren't, and that I think that follows our processes that they're not, but I think that this has been something we've brought up over and over again, is wanting them to be just part of the notification in this area.
I have received confirmation that we did circulate to that community association. It is noted in the report as well that we didn't receive any comments from them. I'm not sure if perhaps we have incorrect information on file. They can always contact our circulation department just to make sure that they are getting the correct circulations, but we did attempt to reach out to them.
Okay, perfect. That's great. Yeah, sometimes the information I get isn't always the most current either, so just thought I'd ask those. I think that is it. So I'm happy to move if there's no other questions, Mayor.
I don't see any other questions, so please go ahead.
Yeah, this is a really exciting application. I think we've had actually the last few are some very interesting affordable housing and institutional uses that are really critical. And Councillor Penner actually let me know that it's World Suicide Prevention Day today. So these types of mental health services are really critical, and especially those for kids. But there aren't as many as you might think. So really excited to see CASA's entry into Warrant 3 and into Calgary. So welcome, and I hope I can count on your support, Council.
Can I get a seconder for this one? Councillor Penner, thank you. Don't see anyone else in the queue, so I'll just add my own comments. I think the location of this facility is particularly important when you consider the regional partners, when you consider the families that might need to access the site from places like Red Deer and Airdrie and other partner locations, and the fact that there are hotels fairly close by the airport. This is, in fact, a very good location, and services like this don't exist in North Central Calgary, so thank you for bringing this forward. And I will turn it back to you to close. Councillor Meehan.
Yeah, thanks for that. I mean, there is some beautiful nature around and some interesting commercial too, so I agree with you, and looking forward to seeing this come together. Closed.
E-scribe to vote, please.
Councillor Wong, your vote, please. Councillor Meehan, your vote, please.
Yes.
And Councillor Sharp, your vote, please.
Yes.
Thank you. Mayor Gondik, all the votes are in.
Thank you. Could you display the results, please? That's carried unanimously. First reading of bylaw 144D 2025. Anyone opposed? Hearing none, that's carried. Second reading of bylaw 144D 2025. Anyone opposed? Hearing none, that's carried. Authorization for third reading of bylaw 144D 2025. Anyone opposed? Hearing none, that's carried unanimously. Third reading of bylaw 144D 2025. Anyone opposed? Hearing none, that is carried. That takes us to a new section of 7.3. We are going to item 7.3.1.
Settled. Good afternoon, Council. My name is Dane Morris, Leader, Land Use Bylaw Team. I will be presenting 6 reports recommending land use bylaw amendments, beginning with this item, appeal period and notification of decisions. I do have presentations prepared for each report. Is Council looking for a presentation for this item? We are?
Anybody want a presentation? Okay, sure. Presentations, please.
Next slide, please. On June 24th, 2025, Council adopted Notice of Motion EC 2025-0649, which directed administration to bring forward land use bylaw amendments to remove the redundant reference to the number of days in the development permit appeal period, since the number of days for an appeal are referenced in the Municipal Government Act, and to clarify the existing practice of advertising the approval of permitted use with relaxation development permits online. Next slide, please. Administration recommends that Council give 3 readings to proposed bylaw 58P 2025, amendments to land use bylaw 1P 2007. Next slide, please. Just to briefly just take a step back and just to touch on all 6 reports. So in addition to major initiatives such as the creation of new districts and uses in the bylaw, it is also periodically updated to support continuous improvement and its functionality. Amendments such as those before you today contribute to a more efficient planning review process, saving time and costs, and providing clarity for applicants. Looking forward to 2026, Council can expect multiple reports, including another continuous improvement report and adding the new provincial flood mapping and regulations into the bylaw. Next slide, please. Returning to this report, the proposed amendments remove the reference to 21 days in the appeal period section of the bylaw. The Municipal Government Act, and not the Land Use Bylaw, governs the timing and process for development permit appeals. The proposed amendments ensures consistency between the two. There are no changes to the appeal process, the ability to file an appeal, or the length of the appeal period, and the appeal information continues to be provided through decision letters, online at Development Map, and the City of Calgary's website. Next slide, please. The proposed amendments also clarify that a decision on a permitted use development permit that requires a bylaw relaxation are advertised online. This is our current business practice and is also the process for discretionary use development permits. Permits will continue to be advertised on Development Map and on the City of Calgary's website. Next slide, please. Administration recommends that Council give 3 readings to proposed Bylaw 58P 2025, amendments to Land Use Bylaw 1P 2007.
You're done?
That concludes my presentation.
Okay, thank you. You have got a question from Councillor Chabot.
Pretty straightforward question. This isn't changing anything. It's in alignment with provincial legislation.
Completely in alignment with provincial legislation.
So why do it?
Two reasons, Councillor. One, it avoids us having to return to amend the bylaw if the MGA is amended in terms of that number of days. And it is our preferred recommended practice to not reference other legislation in our own legislation.
Yeah, I kind of knew the answer to that, but I just wanted to hear it from you. Thanks. For the questions.
Thank you. I don't see any other questions for you. So, oh, you know what? We need to do public hearing still. Yeah, okay, hold on. Just hang tight. I'm going to open the public hearing on this item. It is 7.3.1. Do we have Shamir Gaidar? Please come on up.
All right, thank you. Hello, members of council. My name is Shamir Gaidar. I am the chair of the Calgary Inner City Builders Association. A lot of what I had to say right now on this item has been said, but I will repeat it. We are here in support of this bylaw amendment. I just wanted to note that it doesn't change the rights of any individuals. All it does is put the city on side with provincial legislation, which is really important. It reduces the liability as well for the city because the Municipal Government Act supersedes anything there for the appeal period. If it was to change in the future, to increase or decrease, whichever way, it would just leave City Hall on side with that, so the bylaws would be there. This also creates consistency for the public and for developers. Not much more to say than that.
Thank you very much. Let me just see if there's any questions for you. Don't see any questions for you in the queue, so thanks very much for taking the time. Do we have Michael Farrar? Okay, thank you. Do we have Joel Tiedemann? Okay. Anybody else wishing to speak to item 7.3.1? Seeing and hearing none, I'll close the public hearing on this item. My apologies, Council. I forgot to do the public hearing before we started questions, so we can keep going with questions of Mr. Morris. Councillor Thaliwal, is yours to debate or is it a question? Just a question. Go ahead.
Thank you, and I'm sorry for getting into queue late. I just got a question for understanding. So 21 days, right now it's mentioned in our land use bylaw. So when it's on DMAP, the DPs, does it also state there that there's 21 days that you have to appeal this?
Correct.
And this will remove that?
There are no changes to DMAP or City of Calgary website. This is just proposed for the land use bylaw.
Okay, but it will be removed fully from the land use bylaw?
Specifically, the number 21 will be removed from the land use bylaw.
I just want to understand, like, what harm does it do for us to just leave it there? Because not that many people know that what MGA even is. A normal person wouldn't know.
Like I previously mentioned, it is our preferred approach to not specifically reference other legislation within our own bylaw. And from our experience, people are going to DMAP those decision letters to obtain their appeal information.
Okay, because I was on board, but till the last speaker from the public said it creates more consistency for developers and builders. I got a little confused. What does that even mean? Like, I should have asked him a question, but I just want to understand. That's why I'm asking, what harm does it do if we put extra layer in there for people to know, okay, it's in the land use bylaw?
Yeah, I'm not comfortable commenting on what Mr. Gaydar comment on. We think it creates more consistency by not referencing the MGA in the event that it is amended.
Thank you for answering my questions. You got
I thought I'd just step in. Like, I appreciate what you're saying, but that provision in the MGA and the number of days that are allowed for an appeal, the province has changed the number in the past. By removing this, we remove ourselves from scrambling if they do that again.
Yeah, no, I understand fully. My only concern is a normal person, how would they know if the only thing they go to is our land use bylaw? That's my biggest concern.
And I'll try and speak for planning on this, but I think we can take that back and we can think about other ways that we can provide that information to people that won't require us going back to council to update it if need be, so that we can more nimbly provide information. But we also want to be sensitive that we're not displaying information that someone else can change without us knowing, and we're misleading people. So we can take it back and put some thought into it, but I think those are the general concerns about this issue. And if planning has anything to add, they could.
Thank you for that answer. I totally agree that they can change, and as long as we got two things talking to each other, that makes sense. I just, for the public's sake, I want them to be aware that there's this option of 21 days. Thank you, Mayor. That's it for me.
Okay, thank you. All right, I don't see any other questions in the queue, so I'm going to go to Councillor Penner to move the item.
Yeah, thank you so much. I'm happy to move this item. This is fairly straightforward, just with respect to creating consistency for everybody and the process involved. The last thing that we would want is someone to go to the land use bylaw and see 21 days and then suddenly be told, that a higher piece of legislation that they haven't referenced says 14. And so I actually think it creates more certainty and consistency for the public as well as all members involved in the development and permitting process. So I would hope that everyone would support this. Moved.
Thank you. It's being seconded by Councillor Walcott.
No comment.
No comment. Okay. I don't see anybody else in the queue. Back to you to close, Councillor Penner.
Closed.
E-scribe to vote, please.
Mayor, it appears we may be having some e-scribe difficulties, so I'll just call for these votes. Councillor Wong, your vote, please. Councillor Dhaliwal, your vote, please. Councillor Meehan, your vote, please.
Yes.
Thank you. Mayor Gondik, all the votes are in.
Thank you. Could you display the results, please? That's carried unanimously. First reading of bylaw 58P 2025. Anyone opposed? Hearing none, that's carried. Second reading of bylaw 58P 2025. Anyone opposed? Hearing none, that's carried. Authorization for third reading of bylaw 58P 2025. Anyone opposed? Hearing none, that's carried unanimously. Third reading of bylaw 58P 2025. Anyone opposed? Hearing none, that is carried. Mr. Morris, we're on to 7.3.2.
Is council looking for a presentation on this item? Yep. Low-density residential development. Next slide, please. On June 24th, 2025, council adopted notice of motion EC 2025-0653, which directed administration to bring forward land use bylaw amendments to remove unnecessary language in the RG district regarding the rear setback rule, describing the location of the required parking stall. Align in the RCG and HGO districts parcel coverage when no garage is provided. Amend the multi-residential district rules to clarify that a secondary suite, when combined with low-density residential development located in a multi-residential district, uses the low-density rules. Amend the HGO district to allow for development of 2 or less units to follow the typical landscape rules for single and semi-detached dwellings. And finally, to amend the RCG district so that all new development except row houses follow the same fence rules. Next slide, please. Administration recommends that council give 3 readings to proposed bylaw 59P 2025, amendments to land use bylaw 1P 2007. Next slide, please. The first proposed amendment clarifies that when the required parking for a suite is provided on a front driveway, the existing building setback to the rear property line is acceptable and a greater setback is not required. The next proposed amendment aligns the HGO and RCG district in terms of the method for calculating uncovered parking stall coverage. Currently, in the HGO district, the parcel coverage rule for uncovered parking stalls has resulted in an excessive amount of land being set aside for a future garage to the detriment of unit size and overall site layout. The amendment will not change the maximum parcel coverage allowed for a development. Next slide, please. Occasionally, single and semi-detached houses are developed on parcels in multi-residential districts. When this occurs, the development follows the typical rules for a single or semi-detached home rather than the rules for a multi-residential development. However, if this single or semi were to include a secondary suite, there is currently a bylaw discrepancy where the suite would follow the rules for multi-residential development. The proposed amendment corrects this by requiring the suite to follow the low-density residential rules. The next amendment clarifies that single and semi-detached homes in the HGO district do not require a landscape plan and follow the typical rules for single and semi-detached homes in other residential districts. And finally, an amendment is proposed to align fence rules across low-density residential districts and ensuring there's a maximum fence height inside and rear yards. Next slide, please. Administration recommends that council give 3 readings to proposed bylaw 59P 2025, amendments to land use bylaw 1P 2007. This concludes my presentation.
Thank you very much for your presentation. Let's open the public hearing on this item. Is 7.3.2. Once again, we've got Mr. Gaydar.
Hello, members of council. I don't think I need to reintroduce myself again, but I want to say the Calgary Inner City Builders Association supports these bylaw amendments. We found them to be a lot of housekeeping rules. When we are doing developments, a lot of things would align with what's here. It allows for even HGO to have single-family homes on it with clear and easy, concise rules for everyone. That would be it.
Thank you very much. I don't see any questions for you in the queue, so thanks for taking the time to be here. Again, I can assume that Michael Farrar and Joel Tiedemann are not here.
I'm here.
Hi.
Mayor, it's Michael Farrar with Phase Architecture.
Hi.
Sorry for the delay, but
it's okay. It's 7.3.2, so please go ahead.
I'm here on behalf of CISPA, echoing what Mr. Gander said. So happy to answer any questions, but I just wanted to add our support on behalf of the Calgary Inner City Builders Association.
Okay, thank you. I don't see any questions for you, so thanks for being here. Is there anyone else wishing to speak to 7.3.2? Seeing and hearing none, I'll close the public hearing on this item. We will go back to any questions of administration. Councillor Thaliwal.
Thank you, Mayor. I'll try to keep it brief. I just want to understand number 1, rear setback rule in the residential low-density mixed housing district. My understanding is if additional parking spot is required due to a new secondary suite, the setback is 7.5. It becomes 7.5, and it impedes the secondary suite development?
No, essentially we just have two unrelated rules that are getting tangled up. The base setback for the district is 7.5. That goes to 5 meters if you're on a laneless parcel. So that's for the house, right? And the house is constructed. What we're seeing is applicants are coming in to put in a secondary suite in the existing home. That existing 5-meter setback has been there for a number of years. They are providing the required parking according to the bylaw. And just unfortunately, the way some of our rules are written, it's triggering another rule to come into effect, requiring them to do a development permit to relax a rule for a rear setback that they simply cannot provide because their house is built, they've had their rear yard for a number of years. So this rule just clears that up so that these applicants don't have to do an unnecessary development permit.
Okay, but it does not eliminate the requirement for an additional parking.
No. In fact, the required parking is being provided, and there are no changes to the rules.
Okay, it's just housekeeping, cleaning it up. Right. Okay, thank you. That's it for me, Mayor.
Thank you. Let's go to Councillor Carra.
Sorry, I put that into debate. I don't know if somebody wants to move it. I'm happy to move it unless there's someone else who wants to move it. Okay, Councillor Walcott's going to move it. I will second it, if that's okay, unless someone wants to second it. But okay.
I'll come back to you to second. Let me go to Councillor Walcott to move it.
Thank you. Yeah, just Councillor Penner and I had all 6 of these bad boys, and I'm staking claim over the territory. Yeah, this one puts, this one I always thought was simple. I almost named it C for contextual when we were writing it, just because that's really what a lot of these rules are. It's actually allowing the context to work, especially with the single families and single residentials in HCO. It's like allow the rules to be contextual to the housing form that's being built. Similar with fences, and of course now with backyard, the setback rules and the development permit for parking. And so this is really just about making sure that low density residential development is allowed to be as contextual as it was intended to be. Without any conflicting rules. So with that, happy to move.
Thank you. Let's go to Councillor Carra to second it.
Yeah, I'll second it, and I'll just say I have a number of these opportunities that have faced stiff headwinds in Ward 9, and one of them got through and was built by Al Karim Davani on 15th Street is a stunning success. And if you haven't had the opportunity to sort of see the built form in all its glory, call Al and say, I want to see what you've done here, because it is really special, and I think it's the future of mid-block RCG. And so I think this sort of clarifies a real sticking point in that and will provide a really high-quality housing form for our redeveloping neighborhoods.
Thank you. Councillor Penner, please.
Yeah, thanks. I just wanted to offer a little bit of debate that this is really not also just about new builds. This is actually a lot about current and existing builds and how people are looking to add secondary suites to their units. And as we've had a very successful secondary suite program, this complements that. And for those families who are looking for additional income, for those individuals or couples or students who might be looking for secondary suites, this really complements it as well. And so when we think about housing across the continuum, this is really important and contextual as well.
Okay, I don't see anybody else, so I'll go back to Councillor Walcott to close.
Closed.
E-scribe to vote, everyone.
Councillor Walcott, your vote, please. Oh.
Yes.
Thank you. And Councillor Chabot.
Yes.
Thank you. Mayor Gondek, all the votes are in.
Thank you. Could you display the results, please? That's carried unanimously. First reading of bylaw 59P 2025. Anyone opposed? Hearing none, that's carried. Second reading of bylaw 59P 2025. Anyone opposed? Hearing none, that's carried. Authorization for third reading of bylaw 59P 2025. Anyone opposed? Hearing none, that's carried unanimously. Third reading of bylaw 59P 2025. Anyone opposed? Hearing none, that is carried. That takes us up to item 7.3.3.
Thank you. Item 733, childcare service. Next slide, please. On June 24th, 2025, Council adopted Notice of Motion EC 2025-0648, which directed administration to amend the land use bylaw to allow childcare service as a discretionary use in existing approved buildings in the low-density residential districts. Next slide, please. Administration recommends that Council give 3 readings to proposed bylaw 60P 2025, amendments to land use bylaw 1P 2007. Next slide, please. So the current process for a business to open a childcare service in an existing building in a residential area is first land use change and public hearing, then development permit, then building permit, and then finalizing the provincial license process. Since 2020, administration has received 34 land use applications, 26, I believe that's 27 as of this public hearing actually, of which to date have advanced to public hearing. 25 have been approved, now 26 I believe. The average number of days the land use process has taken, so from application to public hearing decision, has been 240 days. The business must still then, assuming it's approved, proceed through development permit, building permit, and provincial licensing processes. The land use process is time-consuming, costly, and creates uncertainty for businesses, providing a valuable and convenient service to Calgarians within their own communities. Next slide, please. The proposed amendments would remove the requirement for a land use change by adding childcare service as a discretionary use in existing buildings in residential districts. A discretionary use development permit and building permit would still be required. These amendments streamline the approval process and reduce costs and timelines for childcare businesses. Next slide, please. Administration recommends that Council give 3 readings to proposed bylaw 60P 2025, amendments to land use bylaw 1P 2007. This concludes my presentation.
Thank you very much for your presentation. Let's open the public hearing on this item. It is 7.3.3. Do we have anyone wishing to speak to this item? One more time, 7.3.3. Anyone wishing to speak to this one? Right, seeing and hearing none, I'll close the public hearing on this item. We'll go to questions of admin, starting with Councillor Penner.
Thanks. I just want to clarify, when we talk about what a discretionary permit means, that means there is still room for community feedback?
Correct. There's opportunity for community feedback and for the Development Authority to work with the applicant and the communities to manage the impacts of the proposed development.
Okay, and that's where we review things like parking, any potential modifications to the building?
Correct.
Okay. Thanks. When appropriate, I would like to move this.
I think you can move her right now. I don't see anybody else.
Thanks. I don't think I have to remind everyone how fast our city is growing. And when a city is growing quickly, that also means that kids and families are coming with that. And families look for childcare close to their homes. When I look at what is coming in communities and what exists in communities, it is of service to Calgarians, and it is definitely of service, I think, in particular to women. And we know women are the ones who are very often the ones looking for and planning for childcare. And so I think when we think about what equity looks like in our city and in our communities, having services close to families, in particular for those women who are often doing the brunt of the work still, it is really, really important in creating an equitable city. And so I would love to support this, and I think that we have shown support for these applications through the last 4 years. And I would encourage us to just, create more efficiencies from a business perspective as well, so that we can get more families with their kids into childcare.
Councillor Walcott to second.
Yep, seconding.
Okay, thank you. Let's go to Councillor Chabot.
Yeah, briefly, if it's a discretionary use, it can also be appealed at SDAB.
There's opportunity for appeal, correct?
Okay, thanks. No further questions.
Thank you. Councillor McLean.
Yes, thanks. I think Councillor Chabot kind of when we get these, when they come before council, it seems like there's always a lot of residents that are quite concerned or have complaints or don't like it. So can you maybe just reconfirm what kind of rules? It'll go to development permit, of course, and there's some opportunities for you to decide whether this is allowed or not. But can you maybe delve in a little deeper? Like, does it have to be on a corner? Does it have to be here? Or can it be anywhere? What sizes it is? And just confirm some of those things for me.
Certainly. So if these amendments were to be approved, it would only be, a childcare service would only be possible in an existing approved building in a residential district. So that house has to be there and approved. In terms of rules, we're looking at the number and location of the pickup and drop-off stalls, as well as the location and interface with the outdoor play area with adjacent properties.
Okay. Yeah, generally I'm always in favor of course, where daycare and most of the uses seem really easy, but I've seen the odd one that maybe not so much. There's been some traffic issues or safety issues, but I guess in the interest of time and so many other larger factors, I'll count on you guys to make sure.
Yeah, and at a previous council meeting, council did approve amendments to our childcare policy as well, and that is a document that staff use when evaluating a development permit for a childcare service.
Okay, great, thanks.
Okay, I'm not seeing anybody else in the queue. Back to you, Councillor Penner.
Opposed?
E-scribe to vote, please.
Councillor Spencer, your vote, please. Thank you. Mayor Gondek, all the votes are in.
Thank you. Could you display the results, please? That's carried unanimously. First reading of bylaw 60P 2025. Anyone opposed? Hearing none, that's carried. Second reading of bylaw 60P 2025. Anyone opposed? Hearing none, that's carried. Authorization for third reading of bylaw 60P 2025. Anyone opposed? Hearing none, that's carried unanimously. Third reading of bylaw 60P 2025. Anyone opposed? Hearing none, that is carried. That moves us along to item 7.3.4, please.
Item 7.3.4, mobility storage lockers and bike parking in multi-residential buildings. I do have a couple things to note, Council, before we begin the presentation. First, there is an updated slide. There was an error in the slide deck, so I believe a new package has been circulated. There's an incorrect word on slide 5, first bullet, so I believe you should have that. And second, administration and yourselves have received some correspondence from Build Calgary region that has arrived after the deadline with clerks. So I did want to bring that to your attention. Next slide, please.
Can I just ask a question? If I can just interrupt. Has that been received for the public record?
Mayor, I believe it is. I'll just take a look at the record. I'll get back to you.
Okay, thank you. Please go ahead, Mr. Morris.
On June 24th, 2025, Council adopted Notice of Motion EC 2025-0650, which directed administration to bring forward land use bylaw amendments to remove the requirement for mobility storage lockers in RCG and HCO districts, as this requirement is resulting in undue costs for the construction of more housing while maintaining the requirements for Class 1 storage, and to lower the Class 1 bicycle parking requirement for multi-residential development from 1.0 to 0.5 stalls per unit and suite, to allow for more flexibility in the number, configuration, and type of bicycle facilities, and to better respond to demand and accessibility concerns. Next slide, please. Administration recommends that Council give 3 readings to proposed bylaw 61P 2025, amendments to land use bylaw 1P 2007. Next slide, please. Some highlights on these proposed amendments in this report. Removing the requirement for mobility storage lockers can improve site design, reduce construction challenges, and deliver housing faster. Reducing the minimum number of required bicycle parking in multi-residential buildings responds to current demand and provides flexibility for designers to provide higher quality and more accessible bicycle parking for residents. Next slide, please. Currently, developments in the RCG and HCO districts with 3 or more units must provide mobility storage when vehicle parking is not provided in a private garage. Since the introduction of this rule in 2022, we have received feedback that this requirement has resulted in site constraints and limited design options, reducing the quality of private amenity space for residents and significantly increased the cost of development due to building code requirements. Therefore, the proposed amendments today remove this requirement. Next slide, please. Similar, since 2022, multi-residential developments are required to provide Class 1, so secured, bike parking at a rate of 1 stall per unit. Prior to this date, the rate was 0.5. We've received feedback this increased rate has compromised the design of bike parking areas, and the proposed amendments would return the required rate to its pre-2022 rate of 0.5 stalls per unit. I do want to note that looking ahead, the new zoning bylaw is reviewing bicycle parking holistically. So looking at not just the required rate, but the quality of the space as well. Next slide, please. Administration recommends that Council give 3 readings to proposed bylaw 61P 2025 and then it's the land use bylaw 1P 2007. This concludes my presentation.
Thank you very much for your presentation. Let's open the public hearing on this item. It is 7.3.4. Do we have Mr. Gaydar?
Hello, members of council. I'll keep this short and sweet. The Calgary Inner City Builders Association is here in support of this. The storage lockers and the bicycle parking are quite redundant, so this is a move from us learning on what development happens. These spaces would be better used for outdoor space or amenity space. Just as simple as that.
All right. I don't see any. Do you see some waving? There we go. Councillor Wong, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Gaydar. You know, when we talk about putting the bike storage lockers back in the time when the bylaw was put in place, that was to account for secondary streets and other streets not having, parking garages, right? Now what we're saying is that we don't need it. I guess my question is, where are people supposed to be parking their bicycles, their $5,000 bicycles, if they're not parking in outdoor storage lockers?
Well, when we do a development permit drawing, we are required to show the planning department a good, reasonable space of where we should be storing our bicycles. We've had people who've attempted to show certain places, and planning has been very strict on where they want them stored and to make sure it's usable. I've even had planning to some of our members go as far as looking at a door swing saying this doesn't make sense. So a lot of that is covered by the usability and in the development permit process. A lot of the users that we've talked to from some of our membership group of people that do have bicycles do not want to store them in an outdoor unsecured place. Even though the mobility storage locker is closed, locked, and everything, they would rather store those into their own homes.
So given, I'm going to repeat myself because when we had the same deliberation before, given that we're storing bicycles in there, 1, 2, perhaps maybe even 3 bicycles in there, taking away living space and also impeding egress from the buildings, have there been any considerations on providing indoor bike storage in some sort of way that doesn't impede and doesn't take away from floor space?
Well, as mentioned, a lot of these amenity space or these storage, mobility storage lockers do take up some of the outdoor space that's used. When it comes to the indoor space, again, mentioning that, even looking at door swings and egress, the planning department is very, very detailed on that to make sure that it is not impeding the egress of that. That is a very important part. Even then, so with the building department, for a second check, the building department would not allow it to impede egress as well.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. I don't see, it's not a question of the applicant. It's, okay, all right. Hey, council, can I ask, when we're done public hearing, is that when you can put in your request to speak, please? So I'm not trying to track it all while we're still in public hearing. Thank you very much for that. I don't see any other question of this speaker, but let me ask, is there anyone else wishing to speak to 7.3.4? Please come on up.
Hi there.
Hi.
I did sign up. I'm not sure if it didn't show up or why I wasn't called, but my name is...
Cody Reimer?
Yes.
Yeah, I've got you.
Oh, okay. Sounds good.
Thanks.
My name's, good afternoon, Mayor, Council. My name's Cody Reimer. I'm with Vesta Properties. I'm here today representing the vast majority of high-density inner-city developers and building owners speaking in favor of the proposed housekeeping amendment for Land Use Bylaw 7.3.4. As inner-city developers, we build in some of the tightest spaces with space constraints across our properties where every square foot matters to us and to our customers. As building owners and operators, we're in tune with the wants and needs of our happy customers. Building amenities and facilities to support their lifestyle and day-to-day living is our absolute obsession. Since the increase of the bike parking ratio in 2022, our industry group was actually formed from the shared common frustration of this bylaw. We were all building and operating very expensive bike rooms that are vastly underutilized in Calgary. An average 10,000 square foot bike space allocated in one of our towers at today's construction rates allocate to $4.5 million in costs. Reducing the bike parking count to allow for a usable capacity allows us to pass along those savings and affordability to the customer instead of increasing the price of their unit, and that would be very beneficial to everybody. Earlier in the year, in February, we brought this concern to the leadership team at the city, which we collaborated and hosted a tour of several of our towers that were impacted to highlight the real-world impacts of this space that is very underutilized, alongside the future feasibility of new developments that are impacted. So just to close, we're in full support of this change and its impact on the future land use bylaw, and look forward to the continuing engagement and future collaboration with the development industry. Thank you.
Thank you very much. You've got a question from Councillor Meehan.
Thanks, Mayor. Hi, Mr. Reimer. I just have a question about the bike rooms in the towers. Do you charge people to utilize them, or are they free?
Typically, they're free.
Okay.
Yep.
Okay. All right. Thank you. I know that sometimes people charge for them and sometimes they don't. So that's good to know that they were poor utilization even when free. Okay. Thank you. That's it, Mayor.
Thank you. I don't see any other questions for you. Thanks very much for taking the time. And let me ask, is there anyone else wishing to speak to 7.3.4? Right, seeing and hearing no one else, I'll close the public hearing on this item. We will go to questions of administration. We'll start with Councillor Wong.
Thank you, Mayor. When this was debated earlier in a couple months ago, the two bike storage locker and the bike storage were separate recommendations. And this recommendation is all packaged in one bylaw. Is that right?
Sorry, could you repeat that, Councillor? I didn't quite follow.
Previously, when we debated this and it lost, the bike storage locker and the bike storage were in two separate recommendations, point A, point B. This time around, we packaged it all as one.
I would have to go back and look at those previous minutes. This has been before council a few times, so I'd have to go back and look at that. The amendments before you today respond to the notice of motion as was crafted and approved by council.
Okay. My challenge is I was going to vote against the bike storage locker, but vote in favor of the other. But it's all packaged in one, and so it leaves me a quandary. However, I'm not prepared to go and do an amendment, likely because even if I voted against the bike storage locker, I'd lose anyways. But it just irked me that I didn't get a chance to vote against the first one. So I'll leave it at that. Thank you.
Thank you. I don't see any other questions. I'm going to go to Councillor Walcott to move the item.
Thank you. Excited to move. I think the bike storage, especially in high density towers, is something that almost seems counterintuitive, but it's an interesting experiment in like market forces about what it means to have a high quantity of something, which inadvertently makes it uncomfortable to use. I've spoken with people who don't want to lift their bike to hang it from a rack, which is what was required just to fit the number of storage units into these buildings, versus when you get more space, all of a sudden you get a higher ratio of people wanting to use them because they're more comfortable, they're more accessible, and especially for your physical abilities to be able to utilize the bike and not have to lift it up to a roof hanging rack. These little changes, these are things that you learn from human behavior. So this is something that we're really happy to be able to support of, that we were happy to be able to have included in the amendments because it was something the team was working on and we wanted to advance it instead of waiting until the land use bylaw. So thank you all so much for being supportive. Hopefully, please vote for this, and I am done.
Thank you. I'm assuming Councillor Penner, you're seconding this? Okay, Councillor Craw, over to you.
Yeah, to debate, I will say that I lived in a multifamily condo that had Class 1 bike stall, and I used it daily, and I actually loved it. Having said that, I'm a big believer in market-driven responses when it comes to things like parking for cars, and I think it makes sense to do the same thing for bikes. I think that we're over-regulating, and that there are market demands that builders have to be sensitive to, and that's what their focus should be. It should not be based on arbitrary rules that we put in place. So I'm happy to support what's before us today, and I do so fully aware that it's not the same way. If you get removed parking minimums, you haven't ended the delivery of parking, because some people are going to want parking and the market responds to that want. I feel the same way about bike parking. And I think it'll be interesting to see the market race that occurs in response to those demands, and probably a lot healthier than arbitrary rules imposed by the municipality. So for those reasons, I will support this.
Thank you. Let's go to Councillor Meehan.
Yeah, I agree with your debate, Councillor Craw. Like, I do generally think fundamentally, like, housing is the most important thing, and various forms of storage, whether it's car storage or bike storage or those types of things, can be left to market forces, I think. I will say, though, that on the like broader conversation about like getting people to mode switch and things, I do think incentivizing people to ride their bikes is a good thing. And I know that there are property owners out there who charge for the bike parking, like what I think is not a fair amount of money. I know that's not everybody, and I know that certainly on the RCG HGO applications, those mobility lockers are not necessarily working for people. But I do hope that we don't end up revisiting this in some other way if we don't end up getting enough bike parking, or if the market forces don't quite work out that way. But fundamentally, I do agree that I think the market can sort this out, and that when we try and set the minimum, we usually are going to make it too big. And then, as you said, Councillor Walcott, if you have a big open room, people don't really want to leave their bike in there. There's sort of safety in numbers. So I'll support.
Thank you. I don't see anybody else in the queue. Back to you to close, Councillor Walcott.
Hopefully you all support the next frontier of bike parking is secure bike parking at transit stations. Be on the lookout. Closed.
All right, e-scribe to vote, please.
Mayor Gondik, all the votes are in.
Thank you. Could you display the results, please? That's carried 12-1 with Councillor Wyness voting against. First reading of bylaw 61P 2025. Anyone opposed? Hearing none, that's carried. Second reading of bylaw 61P 2025. Anyone opposed? Hearing none, that's carried. Authorization for third reading of bylaw 61P 2025. Anyone opposed? Hearing none, that's carried unanimously. Third reading of bylaw 61P 2025. Anyone opposed? Hearing none, that is carried. That brings us to item 7.3.5.
Thank you. Item 7.3.5, updates to definitions. Next slide, please. On June 24th, 2025, Council adopted Notice of Motion EC 2025-0652, which directed administration to bring forward land use bylaw amendments to amend the definition of healthcare service to allow for overnight stays of patients for medical purposes, and amend the definition of special function class 1 to include neighborhood activation to allow for more flexibility in the types of events that can occur. Next slide, please. Administration recommends that Council give 3 readings to proposed bylaw 62P 2025, amendments to land use bylaw 1P 2007. Next slide, please. The current definition of healthcare services does not allow a patient recovering from medical treatment an overnight stay for recovery. To allow this, currently a land use change to a direct control district and a public hearing are required. We have heard there's a growing need to provide this service, and since 2023, Council has approved 3 such direct controls. The proposed amendments update the definition of healthcare service to allow for overnight stays and does not include long-term, intensive, or emergency care. Next slide, please. The definition of special function class 1 is proposed to be amended to include a new term, neighborhood activation, to support new and innovative placemaking and programming initiatives. Next slide, please. Administration recommends that Council give 3 readings to proposed bylaw 62P 2025, amendments to land use bylaw 1P 2007. This concludes my presentation.
Thank you very much for your presentation. Let's open the public hearing on this item. It is 7.3.5. Do we have anyone wishing to speak to this one? I'll ask one more time. Anyone here wishing to speak to item 7.3.5? Seeing and hearing none, I'll close the public hearing on this item. I will look for any questions of administration. Not seeing any, let's go to Councillor Penner to move the item.
Yeah, I'm happy to move this. I think, you know, it may seem that healthcare stays and you know, event activations are not at all alike, but really what it is just actually a reflection of the changing nature of how we are, you know, I guess basically doing business in the city. So I think with respect to healthcare stays, I know that out of office healthcare stays, when we think about just even having, you know, hospital capacity to do things, you know, cataract surgeries used to be done in hospitals, they're now being done out of office, and same thing's happening for a lot of other minor surgeries that may just require an overnight stay. And so this is really just adapting to the model and some of the space constraints that we have in our healthcare system, and just actually being able to offer care. And then I think with respect to, you know, festivals and events, making sure that we are programming for Calgarians. So I would encourage everyone to support this.
Thank you. Councillor Walcott, you're seconding? Okay. I don't see anybody else in the queue. Back to you to close, Councillor Penner. E-scribe to vote, please.
Mayor Gondek, all the votes are in.
Thank you. Could you display the results, please? That's carried 10-3 with Councillors McLean, Sharp, and Chabot voting against. First reading of bylaw 62P 2025. Anyone opposed? Councillor Chabot and Councillor McLean are opposed.
Sharp.
Councillor Sharp is opposed, and that is carried. Second reading of bylaw 62P 2025. Anyone opposed? Same division of councillors are opposed, and that's carried. Authorization for third reading of bylaw 62P 2025. Anyone opposed? Hearing none, that's carried unanimously. Third reading of bylaw 62P 2025. Anyone opposed? Same division of councillors are opposed, and that is carried. And we are on to item 7.3.6.
Thank you. Item 7.3.6, expired text and text error removal. Next slide, please. On June 24th, 2025, Council adopted Notice of Motion EC 2025-0654, which directed administration to bring forward land use bylaw amendments to delete the language for the temporary rule, allowing for the extension of the commencement date for development permits to be extended for cannabis licenses, cannabis store licenses, and then to delete textual errors or expired text to better clarify bylaw intent interpretation. Next slide, please. Administration recommends that Council give 3 readings to proposed bylaw 63P 2025, amendments to land use bylaw 1P 2007. Next slide, please. The proposed amendments remove a temporary rule allowing for the extension of the commencement date for development permits for a cannabis store. The rule is no longer needed, and an amendment proposes to delete and remove the unnecessary text. Several sections of the bylaw incorrectly use the word gross before floor area ratio. The amendments propose to delete the word gross. By definition, floor area ratio already refers to the gross floor area of a building divided by the total area of the parcel. Including the word gross before floor area ratio is unnecessary and incorrect, and the proposed amendment corrects this error. Next slide, please. Administration recommends that Council give 3 readings to proposed bylaw 63P 2025 and amendments to Land Use Bylaw 1P 2007. This concludes my presentation.
Thank you for your presentation. Let's open the public hearing on this item. It is 7.3.6. Do we have anyone wishing to speak to this one? One more time, anyone wishing to speak to 7.3.6? Seeing and hearing none, I'll close the public hearing on this item. Let's go to questions of admin if there are any. Not seeing any, so I will look to Councillor Walcott to move this.
Thank you. Who doesn't love editing? So awesome job editing the bylaw. That is all.
Seconded by Councillor Penner. Don't see anybody else in the queue. Back to you, Councillor Walcott.
I'm closed.
Be scribed to vote, please.
Mayor Gondik, all the votes are in.
Thank you. Could you display the results, please? That's carried unanimously. First reading of bylaw 63P 2025. Anyone opposed? Hearing none, that's carried. Second reading of bylaw 63P 2025. Anyone opposed? Hearing none, that is carried. Authorization for third reading of bylaw 63P 2025. Anyone opposed? Hearing none, that's carried unanimously. Third reading of bylaw 63P 2025. Anyone opposed? Hearing none, that is carried. Mr. Morris, is that it for you, or are you still here?
That is all for me.
Okay, thank you very much. We're up to item 7.3.7. While the team is assembling, Mr. Clerk, one of the things that we needed to do was double check on the letter that was coming from Build, I believe. And we understand that it came on Monday, so it missed the deadline to be included in the package. Correct. If we wish to add it in to public record, can I still have a member of council move it?
I will look to our law colleagues. Given that the public hearing is now concluded and council's concluded its business with that item, I'm not sure if that's...
I'm comfortable with that happening, given that it was brought up before the public hearing began.
We do have a motion prepared, Mayor.
That's great. Could you pop that up, please? All right, so this had to do with item number 7.3.4. There was a letter from Build that we wanted to include that we forgot to add. Can I get someone to move this, please?
Mayor Gondik, apologies. If I can just take a moment, there is actually a letter and a public submission. So if we could just alter the motion wording. Apologies, Mayor, we're going to turn that language back. My staff is just helping me understand that's just actually the cover for the submission, so it's just one public submission.
Okay.
So we'll just flip that language back. Apologies for the confusion. There we go.
To distribute the late public submission. Perfect. Councillor Meehan, you were going to move this? Thank you. Can I get a seconder, please? Councillor Thaliwal, thank you. I don't see anybody interested in debate. Can we just go to e-scribe to vote on this?
Mayor Gondek, all the votes are in.
Thank you. Could you display the results, please? That's carried unanimously. All right, now we are back to 7.3.7. Looks like the team's ready to go. We'll just pop your presentation up and we are good.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Mayor Gondak and members of council. My name is Jennifer LaForest and I am the project lead for this proposed area structure plan. I would like to introduce just quickly here my colleagues at the table. I have beside me Mr. Fazil Elahi, Mr. Christian Lepicheron, Mr. Jason Bell, Mr. David Mahalik, Ms. Kylie Vanderporten, Mr. Gareth Douglas. We are further joined by members of our Technical Advisory Committee. I'm very excited to be here to present the proposed Natsinipi Area Structure Plan. Next slide, please. Administration is here today seeking approval of a new area structure plan for the lands formerly known as the Aurora Business Park. The recommendations as shown on the slide are included in the staff report. Next slide, please. So Natsinipi is a proposed area structure plan for 234 hectares of land in North Calgary. The proposed area structure plan, or ASP for short, is surrounded by 4 developed communities built between 1960 and 1990. Existing major infrastructure near the plan area includes the Calgary International Airport, Deerfoot Trail, Beddington Trail, as well as the Canadian Pacific Kansas City rail line to the east. The site contains 2 watersheds, being Nose Creek and West Nose Creek, as well as a central wetland complex. Next slide, please. Through the city's engagement with Indigenous community members over the years, the story of Natsinipi Brings Down the Sun emerged. To the Blackfoot and many Indigenous peoples, the lands known as West Nose Creek and the Aurora Business Park are not historical, but a living landscape of their ancestors. The new plan is renamed from the Aurora Business Park to Natsinipi in honor of this historical figure and as an act towards reconciliation and relationship building. Next slide, please. The proposed plan was developed over 18 months using a phased engagement approach to advance the work. Over the course of the project, the city mailed out 56,000 postcards, encouraging area residents to learn and provide feedback on the proposed plan. Public input was gathered, and the project team saw upwards of 550 participants provide comments online and in person. Several roundtable meetings were held with landowners and school boards. Extensive feedback was received by area businesses and residents to inform the plan and vision. A prevailing theme throughout our engagement focused on parks and active outdoor spaces. This was reflected in the proposed plan vision as shown on the next slide. Next slide, please. The vision for Natsinipi Area Structure Plan was developed and refined over time in conjunction with the public comments received. The 4 pillars of the vision are built upon a transit-oriented community in North Calgary, an accessible community that has diverse housing options, a connected community that has pathways and active outdoor spaces, and finally, the wish to create a strong sense of place through the retention of natural areas and the celebration of the area's significance to Indigenous peoples. My colleague Christian will continue in the next part of the presentation. Thank you. Next slide, please.
Early iterations of the concept plan sought to maintain aspects of the 2008 Aurora Business Park Area Structure Plan that would be compatible with new residential development and supported by existing site conditions. Evolution of the plan unfolded between June 2024 and January 2025. That was informed by technical studies, visioning sessions, landowner workshops, and feedback from members of the public. Initial concepts attempted to work with the retention of industrial lands and areas. This is highlighted in the purple on the first and second concept shown. However, through our better understanding of site constraints, such as slope, topography, environmental lands, and proximity to residential areas, it was determined that mixed-use policies were more suitable for the plan area. Next slide, please. On this slide, we are showing you the proposed land use concept. Starting from the top of the land use area, the orange areas represent mixed-use areas, where the greatest intensities are anticipated in proximity to transit stations. The mixed-use area is further broken down into areas A and B. Area A emphasizes the intensification where there is existing commercial development, and Area B outlines areas that should consider slope-adaptive design principles. The intensity of development is proposed to taper further south, adjacent to the well-established natural area, represented by the solid green color on the concept plan. Neighborhood areas with lower intensities are planned adjacent to areas earmarked as Environmental Open Space Study Areas, or EOSSA, shown in the green hatch on the concept plan. It should be noted that environmental areas to be added to the parks network represent up to 26.6 hectares, or 65 acres. Next slide, please. The adoption of the area structure plan is associated with a minor amendment to the Municipal Development Plan, or MDP. Currently, the MDP identifies the plan area as industrial employee intensive, represented by the dark purple area in the top right image, being continuous with the former airport vicinity protection area overlay, which was amended in 2021 to allow for residential land uses in the area. Revisions are required to maps to redesignate the plan area from industrial employee intensive to planned greenfield with area structure plan. The proposed area structure plan otherwise conforms to the policies of the MDP. Next slide, please. The proposed Natsinipi area structure plan before you provides development opportunities for up to 7,300 new dwelling units and up to 5,700 jobs. It supplies lands for new housing development in proximity to existing and future rapid transit. It protects a minimum of 37% of the plan area as parks and open space, with additional areas identified for further study and protection. It supports new community infrastructure, including new facilities, transit. And finally, the plan builds on the city's efforts towards reconciliation by sharing and promoting Indigenous worldviews. Next slide, please. At the July 21st IPC, committee voted unanimously in support of the plan. The recommendations before you are in the staff report. This concludes our presentation. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your presentation. I don't see anyone with clarifying questions of administration, so I'm going to open the public hearing on this item. It is 7.3.7. Do we have David Symes?
Good afternoon, Mayor, members of Council. My name is David Symes from Stantec. I am representing Real Estate and Development Services as the majority landowner of the area, and in presence of Council to respond to any questions Council may have from Real Estate and Development Services.
I'm not seeing any questions in the queue, so thanks very much for taking the time to be here. Do we have Andrew Ewell? Do we have Andrew Ewell? Okay, what about Enrique Santander? What about Marjorie O'Coin? Do we have Jaspriya Johal?
Good afternoon, Mayor Gondek and councillors. My name is Jaspriya Johal. I lived in the Ward 3 for over 20 years, and I'm also a candidate for City Councillor. Today I'm here to provide the comments on proposed Natsinipi area structure plan and associated bylaws. Through my ongoing conversation with residents, families, and community groups, I hear consistent concerns about this plan. While City has provided a report on engagement, Ward 3 residents still feel their input has not been fully reflected. Growth is inevitable, and necessary, but how we grow matters, and Ward 3 residents are asking for more balanced and thoughtful approach. Engagement to date has been too limited for a plan of this scale. Residents want more opportunities to review the details, ask questions, and provide input before blanket rezoning is applied. Many feel their feedback has been summarized, but not truly reflected in the plan's implementation. The Aurora lands are deeply valued for their open spaces and cultural significance. While this plan commits 37% to parks and open space, families in Ward 3 are asking for more than just minimums. School sites and cultural resources areas are important, but they cannot replace the need for accessible and everyday community green space. Residents consistently raise the need for diverse and affordable housing, but also schools, healthcare, recreational facilities, and local retail. Without firm commitments in these areas, we risk repeating the past mistakes where the growth outpaced the basic amenities and is already happening in Ward 3. Families should not be moving into new communities only to wait for years for schools and healthcare access. Strong connections by road, transit, and pathways are clear community priority. While a primary road network and pathways are included in the plan, the concern remains, will infrastructure be delivered in time to prevent congestion and isolation? Ward 3 has already experienced developments that moved ahead without matching infrastructure. We cannot afford to repeat this. The Aurora lands are unique culturally and environmentally. Growth must be done responsibly here. On behalf of residents, I respectfully urge Council to delay the approval of bylaws 67P 2025 and 68P 2025 until further consultation takes place. Future revisions should demonstrate stronger commitments to expanded and accessible green space, delivery of essential amenities such as school, healthcare, and recreation, and infrastructure that matches growth from the outset. Thank you for considering these concerns. Ward 3 residents want growth that build community, not just more rooftops. I appreciate your time and leadership.
Thank you very much for your presentation. I don't see any questions for you in the queue here, so thanks for being with us. All right, let's go on to Christina Stevens.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Please go ahead.
Hello, thank you, City Council, for taking the time to listen. My name is Christina Stevens, and I'm a resident of Ward 3, who is in opposition to the current Natsinipi, formerly the Aurora Area Structure Plan. In its current state, the plan has a focus on large-scale developments without considerations to the impact this will have on the current infrastructure and what it can reasonably support in the long term. Additionally, this plan eliminates valuable green space to the local community and wildlife, which is the only naturalized green space available in Ward 3. The current plan absorbs the already existing West Nose Creek Park and significantly reduces the usable green space by the surrounding community, all while greatly increasing the number of residents and vehicles to the area. I think that the development area should be reduced by at least a third to increase the much-needed green space available to Ward 3, and to also create a community that can meet the needs of its residents and future generations for years to come. This plan develops all usable areas that can physically not be developed, such as wetlands and steep grades, but it clearly does not prioritize protecting these natural areas that are home to the wildlife that live in these grassland habitats. With the current plan, there will be development right to the top of the bluff overlooking West Nose Creek, which will ruin the view and the experience of the natural green space and will undoubtedly disrupt wildlife inhabiting this area. This green space adds significant value to the surrounding communities, and removing such a large area of parkland is a huge loss. And not only is the green space not prioritized, but the density of the development does not consider the current infrastructure of the area, such as transit. With the green line being put on hold for the foreseeable future, our roadways and intersections will become congested with the increase in vehicle traffic, and it does not provide easy access to neighboring communities. The current plan does in no way address these concerns. Additionally, there's no plan to include any additional elementary schools in the area, leading to children of the community needing to cross large roads and travel greater distances from their home to attend school. I believe that this plan requires immediate revision before being approved by City Council in order to create a community that is sustainable and supported for future generations. Right now, this plan appears to be a knee-jerk reaction to the housing crisis without special considerations to its long-term functionality and quality of community. Thank you so much for your time, and I hope that you take my comments into account when considering the approval of the proposed plan. Thank you so much.
Thanks very much for your presentation. I don't see any questions for you, so thanks for taking the time to join us today. Council, we are at our afternoon break, so I'm gonna either have to break now and we'll come back at 3:45 unless someone has a different idea.
I'll move that we forego the break and finish this item.
Okay. Do I have general consent for that? Is there anyone opposed to that? Okay, so we would either have to bring a motion or we're taking our break now.
Clerks, can I ask for some help in putting that on the board?
We have the motion prepared. Just be a moment to bring it up on screen.
I believe Councillor Walcott is seconded.
I'll second.
Right, it's being moved by Councillor Carra and seconded by Councillor Walcott that we modify our break to complete this item before we recess. I don't see anybody wishing to debate, so please go to eScribe to vote.
Councillor Carra, your vote, please. Mayor Gondik, yeah, all the votes are in, Mayor.
Could you display the results, please? Okay, that is carried 9-4 with Councillors Wyness, Spencer, Wong, and Chabot voting against. All right, so I'm back into public hearing here. Is there anyone else wishing to speak to item 7.3.7? Right, seeing and hearing no one else, I'll close the public hearing on this item. Are there any questions of administration? Councillor Sharp, please go ahead.
Yeah, thank you very much. So I just have some questions and we'll see if I have any follow-up. But just like the speakers had mentioned about the green space, and so I've also had a number of people reach out from this area about potential loss of green space. So can you clarify if it's this local area plan that actually result in the removal of existing green space, or was that already part of the Aurora Business Park area structure plan?
Thank you. I can respond to that question. So the current, or the Aurora Business Park area structure plan had about a third of the plan area, 30%, earmarked for green space and additional environmental reserve areas. There is no change or no reduction planned as part of that green space. If anything, those additional lands have been earmarked for future consideration to add spaces to that open space and green area network. I'll just also clarify that the lands are currently earmarked. The remainder of the lands are currently earmarked for industrial land use and have corresponding land use assigned. So the existing plan, if it were to remain in place, would permit industrial commercial development on these lands. Thank you.
Okay. Okay. Thank you for that. And I probably should ask these more at Infrastructure Planning Committee, but I didn't. So then will the new use provide any accessible or usable space for residents?
I might defer that question to our Parks and Open Space rep. Thank you.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you for the question, Councillor Sharp. The answer is yes, there will be usable space for the community once this builds out. Municipal reserve will be provided as per the Municipal Government Act, 10% of gross developable area will be provided for parks where it is owing, which is on a majority of the parcels within this LAP area.
Okay. Can I just ask then, just from hearing what some of the speakers had mentioned and then just some of the feedback I'm getting, do they know that? Like, do residents know this? I just feel like there's a bit of a disconnect.
That has been communicated through the public engagement. I can't speak to any other, if people would be aware of that or not, though, other than what we've said through public engagement.
Okay. All right. Thank you. No more further questions from me.
Thank you. Let's go to Councillor Walcott.
Thank you. There's been a lot of conversations around infrastructure, and I just can't remember, when did we open up the link to 96 to Deerfoot?
That's a good question. I'm not exactly sure the date, but it was maybe late 90s, early 20s. Oh, sorry. Our mobility rep will answer that question.
August 6th, 2013.
2013, okay. That's perfect. That's what I was really curious about, mostly just because there were some conversations about infrastructure, and I couldn't remember the order of the opening to Deerfoot for traffic. And I just wanted to know, is because it's like that was a massive shift in access to Deerfoot, but there has not been a corresponding shift in the industrial area that was expected. So I wanted to understand. Thank you.
Thank you. I think it's Councillor Meehan, right?
Yeah, it is. Thanks, Mayor. I don't actually have that many questions because I've asked thousands of questions about this over the time that it's been before us. But one of the things that's been coming up from residents, and I'm not sure they know the JUCC process, is around schools and how we determine whether a site needs a school or not. So can you just walk through that, please?
Absolutely, and I'll actually defer as well this question to our parks rep here, who is more familiar with that process.
Yeah, thank you for the question, Councillor Meehan. So through the ASP process, we get a geodemographic analysis, so we understand from our growth analytics department what the potential population generation is. And through that, then we determine how, we have a formula which is called the joint use calculation methodology, and we use that to determine how many school-age children there are and how many of each school, how many schools are required for each school board, for each public school board, which is the CBE, Calgary Catholic, and Franco-Sud. All three of those are public boards. And through this process, for this plan, we went through and did that geodemographic analysis. We worked through, we had several meetings with the school boards and determined that in fact there are no required schools at the elementary and junior high level. And the reason for that is because we have 2 vacant school sites within 500 meters, one in Harvest Hills, which is adjacent to the existing Catholic school, and then one in Country Hills. And because of that, the school boards are able to use those sites if additional school needs are required, if additional land is required for schools. But what we don't have is a high school site, and the Calgary Catholic Board indicated the need for the high school site. And so as a result, it was determined that there is enough municipal reserve land that's available where we can use that reserve land to provide that high school site, thereby reducing any implications for the joint use fund.
Okay, thank you very much for that response. I think that's all my questions, Mayor.
Thank you. Over to Councillor Thaliwal.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you for your presentation. Just got a question. I saw there's Group A, Group B, that's multi-residential, and then there's single-family detached. What is the percentage, what is the breakdown? How much is going to be multi-residential against single-detached that you guys are anticipating?
Thank you for the question. I'll just refer to my notes here quickly. Yes. So are you looking for, just a point of clarification, land in hectares?
The breakdown that 35% housing is going to be multi-residential, 65 single family homes, and so on and so on. I just want to understand.
So ground residential, we did a few takeoffs based on the land use concept. The land use concept, of course, being kind of a high level overview. And we estimate that ground-oriented residential would be about 15% of the plan area, multi-residential would be about 17%, mixed use would be about 20%, and the remainder would be a mix of EOSSA and park space.
Okay. This is again for other ASPs too. When you guys do this, what kind of sensitivities are you guys running? Because ASP is done in today's, it's today, but in the future, ASP is a mandate to bring more density, but infrastructure is static. It doesn't move. I just want to, because I'm seeing issues in my ward, I just want to make sure that when we are moving with these new ASPs, as we heard from some of the speakers today, schools is a problem, parks, playgrounds, what kind of sensitivities we are running to make sure we are putting proper infrastructure to support this kind of growth in the future?
Okay, great question. And thank you for bringing up the land use concept. I think this is very helpful in kind of explaining our rationale in terms of how we've laid out the proposed land use mix in the plan area. As Christian explained during the presentation, our focus was to promote mixed-use development along 96th Avenue Northeast, which is the road and the primary areas where we're going to be seeing that transit investment. And just, to walk through a little bit more here, we have 96th Avenue Northeast is very interesting because it's got the Green Line, the future Green Line North station, the airport connector station, and it's pretty close to the regional rail hub. And so we've ordered the land use concept so that it's transit-oriented and respects that, or is aligned with future transit station planning areas.
Yeah, I know, I like that concept, 96. And 16,000 people anticipated to move in here. I heard 7,000 anticipated units. And we only see one high school site. That's all we need here? Like, there's no need for other school sites?
I'll refer again to our representative on parks and the JUCC to provide comment on why it was recommended to move forward with a high school site.
Yeah, thanks for the question, Councillor Dhaliwal. So yes, as I said, the vacant school sites, which there's one you can see it's actually just to the north of the plan area off Country Hills Boulevard, or Country Hills Road, northwest, kind of at the top left. And then another one just off of Harvest Hills Drive, which it's almost right at the north edge of what's shown on the plan there. Those are vacant sites, and those came at a time when communities were developed and we did not have that calculation methodology. And so there's actually more vacant school sites available in those older communities than there are based on our new processes and practices. And so, yes, this does generate children who will go to school, but they could be accommodated through school sites that we being the city and the school boards already own.
Okay. Yeah. My last question again, some of the things I'm seeing in my ward, future Green Line, on my side it's future Blue Line. We're putting lots of density under the guise of future LRT and so on. On this one, I see 96 is heavily area A and B, but again, how conservative we are that if this does not come, the Green Line, that we have adequate density to support the supporting infrastructure.
That's a great question. I might refer to our mobility reps and our rep from utilities to provide a little bit more clarity on those items.
Thank you for the question. So we do have existing BRT on Center Street, Harvest Hills Boulevard, and 96th Avenue. We're also directed by the route ahead document to explore upgrading the BRT on Center Street to a max standard. So we'll be looking into that as well. And then the airport connector is an ongoing project that recently received funding for design work that will happen in 2026. So that work is happening in the short term.
Okay, great. That's it for me, Mayor. Thank you. Thanks for all the answers.
Thank you. Let's go to Councillor Chabot.
Yeah, I want to get further clarification around the green space. Under the current ASP, Aurora Business Park, Typically, under the MGA, we're allowed to take up to 10% for municipal reserve. What we typically do in the industrial business park is actually not take green space, but get cash in lieu, right? So essentially, virtually almost no green space under the current ASP. Am I correct?
Yes, that is correct.
And that would then go into the joint use reserve, which we would then utilize to acquire additional lands to accommodate junior high schools or senior high schools.
Senior high schools, sometimes rec centers. We've used it in the past for regional parks as well.
I know we're deficient currently in that fund specifically to address the issue around school sites. Now, in this particular ASP, you're going to be able to cut out a large enough piece of green space to accommodate a high school, which is kind of unusual. Is that what I hear?
That's correct. And that's based on the discussions with the Joint Use Coordinating Committee. We are aware of the state of the Joint Use Fund, and the intent was to find a creative solution and therefore use the school sites that we already have, the elementary school sites, and use those if there is a need in the future for those elementary or junior high schools, so that the reserve that would have been taken up with those schools is used instead for the high school site, which is something we have not done, but what it does is it eliminates the need to acquire land.
Okay. Well, I have to ask then, is there still going to be sufficient green space in the area to accommodate the needs for the community outside of the school?
Yes, there will. So within, I want to say it's about 9.75 hectares within the majority landowner, which is the city of Calgary. And the high school site is a maximum of 18.75 acres. And I'm sorry, I just went from hectares to acres. But the remaining municipal reserve that's available is over 6 acres after the high school site.
And that will accommodate the regional or local recreational needs for parks.
that will be used to meet the local park needs of the community.
Okay, thanks. No further questions.
Thank you. I don't see any other questions in the queue. I'm going to Councillor Meehan to move the item.
Yeah, thank you. We've had a lot of discussion about this at community town halls and also at IPC and then now today. So thanks for everyone who came out to speak about it. I guess the long history on this is that this area was always slated to be industrial and commercial. And a lot of that had to do with the AVPA contours, which are the noise exposure forecast protection area because of the airport being nearby. We generally don't like to put houses underneath planes flying. But over time and improvements in airport technology, we don't have that concern the same way anymore. And so with those exposure forecasts sort of shrinking, this opened up the area to be developed residential. And I think that that's actually the reality is people kind of talk about this area like it's going to develop or not develop, and that's not the case. It's going to develop, and the question is it going to develop as an industrial commercial or is it going to develop as residential? And I think that the residential makes a lot of sense here. And I mean, we have got a good amount of mixed use, so I'm really happy with that because I think that great communities should have things to walk to. And I think the amount of residential that's here makes sense given that we are right adjacent to future Green Line. And if Green Line doesn't come, a Max Line, which is the best that you can get from a bus perspective. So I do think that this is the right place to put this kind of density. I will also say that nobody likes having development. I mean, this last day, we've had so many people in established communities come and beg and sometimes cry for us to not put any more development in their communities where they already exist. And this is a rare gem in that it allows us to develop a lot of housing for people in a way that's actually minimally invasive to the adjacent communities. And that's actually a really rare opportunity. This is probably the most interesting infill site in the city in many ways. We're also going to get an additional high school here. And as mentioned, there are a couple of undeveloped elementary sites in the area. And I know, as a parent, you don't really love your kid having to walk outside of the neighborhood to the next adjacent neighborhood to go to school, but that's a reality. I mean, I live in McEwen and we have a school site that never got developed, so you have to walk to Sandstone to go to school. It's unfortunately very common. But I think what's really critical is that the high school site is so close to that Max Line because we have like kids travel quite far for high school, and they're old enough to be able to use that system. So I think that that's ultimately a good thing. So I know that the community cares a lot about park space and that we have some real advocates for Nose Creek, and I really appreciate those folks. I've worked with them to bring forward the Nose Creek Park strategy, which is still something that's going to go ahead and largely focused on Nose Creek to the east. So I think there's lots of opportunity here, and I think that fundamentally there's always trade-offs to any kind of development, but I actually think we've struck a nice balance here. You don't typically see this much green space, but there's so much environmental reserve, and all of that's going to stay. I'm also really proud of the team and the work that they've done here in reconciliation, and there was a lot of history and archaeological significance to this area, and those conversations have happened, and I think that a lot of work has gone back to sort of right previous wrongs that the city has done, and that's really hard work to do, so I'm very proud of that. And I'm really proud of the name, Natsinipi, and I think this is a lot of times in the suburbs you lose a little bit of like the natural history of a place, and I think we've done some really good job capturing that, and I think that the developers in this area will have opportunity to really make that shine for the residents to walk around and actually really know the history, as opposed to not developing in any way and not being able to share that with folks. So I'll start there and see what kind of comes up in debate, and then I'll close. So thanks, Mayor.
Thank you. I'm going to go to Councillor Walcott. Are you seconding as well?
Sure.
Okay, please go ahead.
Thank you. I view this, I got a lot of emails, especially from candidates looking to run in the area, and I view this kind of as a cautionary tale of be very curious about the information that you're receiving, because a lot of the debates that were making their way into my office, because this is not in my area, I obviously am not having the same direct access and frequent meetings that you would be having with Councillor Meehan, and I wouldn't be having the same work with your team as Councillor Meehan would be having, and where the community would be having. And so when you hear things like there's an infrastructure deficit in there, you say, that's terrible. When you hear someone say it's an incomplete community and there's not enough elementary schools and middle schools, you say, well, why would we do that? And so when you get these types of accusations kind of leveled, right, and you take the time to dig into it, it really raises the risk of what it means to not have all the information. And so to sit here and to answer a very simple question, which is, why is there not an elementary school and why was it chosen as high school? And the answer is because the school boards have several undeveloped sites, but what they don't have as a high school site is very different than some of the arguments that are landing in my inbox. When we talk about infrastructure, I know there's a lot of conversation about the Green Line, and that is a deserved conversation for more than just this area. That's a deserved conversation for the entire north as it travels through wards 7, 4, and 3. But whether or not that comes tomorrow, 10 years from now, just remember that this was planned 17 years ago to be industrial, and it's only now shifting. These types of things, they happen on 30-year timeframes, and an ASP is supposed to be on a 30-year timeframe anyway. So that's a good thing as well. The last part is that you finally answered a question for me I've had since 2007. I used to walk my dog in this area, and then one day a no trespassing sign came up, and I couldn't figure out why, but I didn't care enough to look. But I saw that no trespassing sign 17 years ago, and I was like, I wonder what happened here. And then I moved on, because Harvest Hills, Coventry, Hidden Valley, that's the place that I landed when I came to Calgary for the first time. And so this was the largest park that I had access to in the immediate area to walk my dog, not knowing that it wasn't a park. So when the trespassing sign came up, I shifted to Nose Hill. Long story short, I realized that that's just because 17 years ago you did the first Aurora area structure plan when you were planning on building into industrial and you wanted people to stop walking the desire lines. These types of shifts, they're natural, they happen. People will use spaces and get used to spaces as something, even if it's not. I'm very, very used to actually seeing this happen in the inner city, where an area that was just undeveloped gets considered as a public amenity, when in reality, we're actually just crossing property lines and we just don't know it until something changes. And so this seems like an example of that change, and I know how hard that change can be. But I am grateful for hearing the answers that you provided today, is because as someone who wasn't deeply involved but was getting a lot of information provided to them very quickly, it helped close the circle on a lot of things that were left open. So I really appreciate administration's answers, and of course appreciate the advocacy from members of the public, because it's that combination that allowed me to fill out the whole picture. So thank you so much.
Thank you. Let's go to Councillor Chabot.
Yeah, for me, the biggest issue around this particular ASP is whether or not we should be looking at converting non-residential lands, a business park, into residential. I think that's the biggest issue here, as opposed to some of the other concerns that were raised by some of the residents. The fact that it's going to go to residential actually provides greater protection for the community, adjacent community, in relations to green space. This innovative plan that you have to actually be able to accommodate enough space within one area structure plan to accommodate a high school site without having to acquire additional lands, which would then come out of the joint use reserve, I think is really good work on your part, especially if you can accommodate the needs for the greater community. And what I did learn more recently through some, I guess, recommendations that came out of the school boards, specifically on sites for schools, is that they used to put schools in every community. And what happened over time is, through the boom and bust cycle, many of those schools either ended up getting decommissioned or repurposed to either charter schools or people being bussed in from other areas because they could no longer be supported by the local community. So they're not building schools in every single community anymore. In fact, they're building larger regional type schools and capturing a larger area to make sure that that school remains viable, not only for the present, but for the long term. Again, I'm not going to talk anymore about how the school board manages their affairs. They've come to the conclusion that larger regional schools is the most efficient way of making use of green space. So having said that, the fact that we can accommodate this, at least a high school site on this location, when we have a huge deficit in our current joint use reserve as far as accommodating not only our own internal needs for recreation, but also the need that we have currently to accommodate the school boards for additional site requirements for junior high and senior high schools. Anyways, I'm happy to support this because of the changes in the NEF forecasts, or NEF forecast rules, noise enforcement forecast regulations, to allow residential to go into these areas where previously we wouldn't have been able to build a residential here. Again, for me, can we do without this industrial land? Sounds like we can. Do we need more residential? Absolutely. It checks so many boxes for me. It's hard to say no. So I'll support it.
Thank you. That's it for the queue. Back to you to close, Councillor Meehan.
Yeah, thanks, colleagues, for your debate. And I think sometimes it's hard for constituents and residents who kind of have the purview and the view of just their community to understand that how our perspectives can be so different. And it's because as a city councilor, you have a lens of the entire city. And we approve density all the time in the inner city, which is really challenging for people who already live there, and we get a lot of frustration about that. But then we similarly are approving like very high levels of density in areas like Livingston and Carrington that don't even have the max line extended to them at all. And so I really do think this is a unique opportunity to provide a really good community in an area that's already serviced, which is what we're always asking for. And I will say, like, at the town halls that people came to, I had a mix. I had some people who were like, no, we really don't want any more kind of density in this area, especially sensitivity after the Harvest Hills Golf Course was developed. But then we also had people who were saying, like, just make it really good. Make it so that I want to move there. And I think that's an important way to actually think about development, is also about how we can really make it great and get more types of small businesses and things in the area. And part of the reason we have empty school sites in certain areas is also because we haven't built complete communities. And I think that this is an area that we can actually build a complete community that has your mix of single-family homes, but also all different types of development that really enable the types of things that we'd like to see, like local shops and that kind of thing. So I do think, you know, it's a very important intersection, and we're going to have some, you know, interesting things come forward when the Green Line, if and when the Green Line funding kind of comes forward to make this even better. But I do think that when I really think about what should go near such an important terminus, it's people and good shops and those kinds of things, and that's what's here. So with that, I am closed.
Thank you. E-scribe to vote, please.
Councillor Meehan, your vote, please. Thank you. Mayor Gondik, all the votes are in.
Thank you. Could you display the results, please? That's carried unanimously. I'm going to stop after first reading because there is an amendment. First reading of bylaw 67P 2025. Anyone opposed? Hearing none, that is carried. Councillor Meehan, there is an amendment.
Yeah, and in the famous words of Councillor Spencer, ask admin what it means. No, I'm joking. But this is an administrative clerical kind of to repeal the original Aurora ASP.
Thank you. Can I get a seconder on this one, please? Councillor Chabot, thank you for that. I don't see anybody in the queue for any kind of debate. Over to you to close, Councillor Meehan.
Closed.
E-scribe to vote on this amendment, please.
Mayor Gondik, all the votes are in.
Thank you. Could you display the results, please? That's carried unanimously. Second reading of bylaw 67P 2025 as amended. Anyone opposed? Hearing none, that is carried. Authorization for third reading of bylaw 67P 2025 as amended. Anyone opposed? Hearing none, that's carried unanimously. Third reading of bylaw 67P 2025 as amended. Anyone opposed? Hearing none, that is carried. Is everyone, oh, I've got a second set. First reading of bylaw 68P 2025. Anyone opposed? Hearing none, that is carried. Second reading of bylaw 68P 2025. Anyone opposed? Hearing none, that is carried. Authorization for third reading of bylaw 68P 2025. Anyone opposed? Hearing none, that's carried unanimously. Third reading of bylaw 68P 2025. Anyone opposed? Hearing none, that is carried. We're going to take our break. I'm just curious, is everyone seeking the half hour, or do you want to shorten it to 15 minutes and get done quicker? Okay. Mr. Clerk, do we need a motion, or can I just ask for consent?
General consent.
Okay. General consent that we just return here at 4 o'clock. Anyone opposed to that? Councillor Chabot's opposed. So
we'll prepare a motion to
thank you.
Modify that. So we just need a mover and seconder to put that to a vote, Mayor.
I think Councillor Meehan was moving, Councillor Penner was seconding. All right, it's before you. Please go to e-scribe to vote.
Yes.
Thank you. Councillor Wyness, your vote,
Yes.
please. Mayor Gondik, all the votes are in.
Thank you. Could you display the results, please? That's carried 11-1 with Councillor Chabot voting against. That means we come back here at 2 minutes past 4. Hi, everybody. Welcome back to public hearing. Mr. Clerk, could we please do a roll call?
Thank you, Mayor. On the roll, Councillor Sharp.
I'm here.
Thank you. Councillor Wyness. Councillor Meehan.
Here.
Councillor Chu. Here. Councillor Doyle. Councillor Wong. Here. Councillor Walcott.
Yep, I'm here.
Thank you. Councillor Carra. Here. Councillor Chabot.
Present.
Councillor Penner.
Here.
Councillor Spencer.
Here.
Councillor McLean. Councillor DeMong. Mayor Gondik.
I'm here.
Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Okay, we are moving on to item 7.3.8. Please go ahead when you're ready.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Councillors. My name is Ravi Siddhartha, and I'm the project lead for the Sats Area Structure Plan. I'm joined today by, starting from my right, Mr. Gareth Douglas, Mr. Fazil Elahi, and on my left, Ms. Bernadine Montero, Mr. Scott Thompson, Ms. Kylie Vander Putten, Mr. David Mahalik, and Mr. Sean Swanton. We also have other members of our team available to support and answer any questions. I'm pleased to present the Sats Area Structure Plan, previously referred to as the West McLeod Residual Lands ASP. This is a developer-funded, city-led plan that provides the planning framework for the remaining unplanned lands in Calgary's West McLeod area. Next slide, please. To begin, administration recommends that the council give 3 readings to the proposed bylaws for the Sats Area Structure Plan and the associated MDP amendment. Next slide, please. Sats is a Blackfoot word meaning west. The name was selected through engagement with Indigenous knowledge keepers and reflects both the geographic location of the plan area and the importance of acknowledging Indigenous history and culture. Next slide, please. The plan area is approximately 220 hectares in size and is located in Calgary South. It's bounded by Pine Creek and 210 Avenue Southwest to the north, Highway 552 and Foothills County to the south, McLeod Trail to the east, and the CPKC rail corridor to the west. It's surrounded by established communities of Legacy, Walden, and Belmont, and the developing community of Pine Creek. Planning for this area required addressing several challenges, including limited access, topography, and the ecological presence of Pine Creek. These factors, among others, influence the street network, open space layout, and the placement of key infrastructure and land uses. Next slide, please. Over the past 18 months, we engaged with nearly 300 participants and received over 565 comments, with more than 8,800 visits to the project webpage, highlighting a strong community interest. This plan is the result of close collaboration between landowners, developers, technical consultants, interested parties, and through intermunicipal collaboration with Foothills County. All landowners within the plan area support the area structure plan, and we are happy to say that we have also received a letter of support from Foothills County. Next slide, please. The vision for Sats is to create a welcoming and sustainable community, one that supports people at all stages of life with a range of housing options. Natural spaces like Pine Creek are protected and integrated, and the plan emphasizes walkable neighborhoods and multi-modal connections. Public spaces reflect cultural identity through thoughtful placekeeping and placemaking, while the overall plan supports responsible and efficient growth. Now, I would like to request Ms. Montero to take us through the land use concepts and other details of the plan. Next slide, please.
The proposed land use concept is shaped by a connected, adaptable framework that responds to infrastructure, natural systems, and regional growth. Development here is supported by 3 main access points: a central interim access from McLeod Trail, a northern bridge over Pine Creek connecting to 210th Avenue Southwest, and a future southern connection via a partial interchange at Highway 552. The mobility network supports a modified grid street pattern, ensuring walkability, transit access, and connections to the surrounding communities, including the future Belmont LRT station. The plan supports a full spectrum of housing, from ground-oriented to higher density forms, placed strategically to respond to mobility, open space, and interface conditions. 3 future school sites are centrally located in collaboration with the school boards. Amenities and commercial services are also distributed across to ensure daily needs can be met. At the southern end of the plan, a prominent gateway pairs local retail with a recreation site, creating a strong sense of arrival and future connection to areas beyond the plan boundary. The layout of public spaces is informed by view sheds, natural features, and placekeeping. Detailed interface policies address transitions to Pine Creek, McLeod Trail, the CPKC Rail Corridor, and adjacent communities. Next slide, please. Under the municipal development plan, the plan area is currently identified as future greenfield. Once this plan is adopted, it will be redesignated as planned greenfield to reflect its readiness for future development. Next slide, please. The plan will accommodate up to 20,000 residents and around 3,000 jobs, providing approximately 8,300 homes across a range of housing types, targeting an average residential density of 40 units per hectare. This compact transit-supportive structure is enabled by strong mobility connections, proximity to a future LRT station, and a complete mix of uses and amenities, reflecting a more efficient growth model that supports long-term resilience. Next slide, please. The plan is shaped by 4 strategic moves. 1, enhancing mobility through a multimodal network and creative access solutions. 2, delivering housing diversity and achieving optimal residential density. 3, protecting and integrating natural systems. And 4, reflecting cultural values through placekeeping and placemaking. These moves implement the vision and ensure the community grows in a resilient, inclusive, and connected way. Next slide, please. On July 21st, 2025, administration presented this plan and report to the Infrastructure and Planning Committee and received unanimous support. The recommendations before you are in the staff report. And this concludes our presentation. The project team is happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your presentation. I don't see any questions of clarification for you, so I'm going to open the public hearing on this item. It is 7.3.8. Do we have Jennifer Duff?
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. My name is Jennifer Duff with BNA, and I'm speaking in favor of approval of this ASP on behalf of Sidex Group, the primary landowner and funder of the developer-funded area structure plan. I'm here today with Sarah Atani with Sidex Group, who will be speaking also. First of all, we want to thank administration for the collaborative process, and especially Ravi and Bernadine for their leadership throughout the project. We really appreciate the entire City of Calgary's team's dedication and efforts to meet overall project timelines. Sidex Group's vision for the land is to develop a multi-generational rental community that allows residents to grow in place and foster deep connections. A variety of high-quality housing types will accommodate people with different preferences, needs, and different life stages. Community amenities are planned throughout with a focus on gathering and community building to support housing, provide commercial opportunities, and celebrate the natural features of the Pine Creek Valley. The ASP, as presented, will support Sidex Group's vision for the land and enable a community that provides for higher densities than typically found in our other new communities in Calgary. This plan represents a thoughtful approach to sustainable growth and community development and aligns with the city's municipal development plan. I'm happy to answer any questions, but given this is my last item on agenda, I just wanted to take the time on behalf of BNA to thank everyone for their last 4 years of service and leadership, and we appreciate the time, energy, and commitment for building a stronger Calgary. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much. I know we all appreciate that. I don't see any questions for you. So, Ms. Atani, are you going to be speaking as well? Yeah, that's okay. Okay, yeah, you can come on up. Thank you very much, Ms. Duff.
Esteemed Mayor, Council members, members of administration, I must start with an acknowledgement of gratitude for the process that got us here. As a born and raised Calgarian and a member of the development community, I think I thought I knew what went into getting us to a point like this, and was I sorely mistaken at the amount of work that it takes. I would be remiss not to thank the team, Ravi and Bernadine specifically, but everyone sitting in front of you and behind us who made today possible. These are complex matters that require a multifaceted approach to investigating all voices at the table, and it is not an easy task by any stretch. So I need to start by expressing my gratitude, and for all of you who spent a really long day yesterday and an afternoon today on these important matters, taking them seriously. So thank you. I am here on behalf, in favor of the project, on behalf of myself personally as a resident of this great city, but also on behalf of my employer as the majority owner of these lands, or current stewards of these lands is maybe the better way I will qualify that. I knew that I would have to defer to a lot of experts when we were talking about how to allocate school sites and roadways and sanitary. That was never going to be my expertise. But what really flagged my attention as something really interesting, at least in this iteration of an approval, was that Indigenous engagement piece. I was just speaking with Lorna, who I must thank again. I thanked her at CPC, but I'll thank her again today, because very early on, there was this category as I was looking through all of the requirements, and that was to have a thoughtful engagement with our Indigenous community. And I asked her, I said, how do we do that? How do you make changes to the natural landscape while also being respectful of the history that came before, of those who came before us? And she really, really was a champion in showing me how that can be done in a way that was thoughtful, that was kind, that met multiple needs. She brought experts from the community, elders and knowledge keepers who understood the history, who also relayed to me is, we understand this land can't stay bare. There's needs for housing, for places to gather, to have community. There's a way that you can actually develop land that is thoughtful to the history of what came before it. And so I was grateful to be taught. I'm grateful for this being a requirement of ASPs going forward, because land has history, land has meaning behind it. On a personal note, I've spent many summers working that land. My sister got married on that land. I learned about those that were here for generations before me who cared for it. I think the plan in front of us that came as to the very, very hard work of a large group of people really takes into consideration what came before us, the current needs ahead of us, and how we do the best we can to do well by this land and by our community for years to come. As Jen mentioned, as the primary landholder here, our plans for it, which are in support of the plan that you saw, include a multi-generational rental community. As a 40-year developer in this great city and a 15-year residential rental landlord in this city, we've seen that something that is missing in the rental space that other spots in North America do is multi-generational communities where people can stay in place, can grow in place, can really put down roots. Home ownership was such a big trend in Calgary, and as that moved towards rental, there wasn't the ability to age in place. You had to move out of your home, you had to leave your communities because there was no longer access to the amenities or the housing types that you needed. And so we see a really unique opportunity in this area to be able to do a mixed variety of all rental buildings, from single family houses to mid-rises to low-rises, bringing in commercial that feels amenity focused. So you've got your dentist and your corner store and all the things that you need, your school sites, your park sites. I've been really interested to hear what the other landowners plan to do, which will also all be really organic in developing a fantastic new community. I look forward to what the future holds for this really, really special part of our city, and I thank everybody for their time, and I'm here if there's any questions for me as well.
Thanks so much for your presentation, Ms. Atani. I don't see anybody with any questions, so thanks again for being here. Do we have Cameron Tainch?
Good afternoon, councillors and mayor. My name is Cameron Tainch. I'm a senior development manager at West Creek Developments. We are a Calgary-based developer and a landowner of approximately 40 acres inside of this ASP. I'm here to speak in support of this application. This plan represents an important opportunity for Calgary. It sets out a thoughtful framework for a complete community, one that offers a diverse mix of housing, integrates schools, recreation, and protects natural areas. It provides a clear roadmap for long-term growth in this area. For us as landowners and developers, the ASB provides the certainty needed to move forward with responsible investment. It ensures growth happens in a physically responsible way, phased, and aligned with infrastructure delivery. At full build-out, the plan will accommodate approximately 8,300 units and up to 20,000 residents. It will include a recreation space, a neighborhood activity center that supports a vibrant and balanced community. On behalf of West Creek Developments, I respectfully ask Council to approve this plan so that we can work together and deliver a connected, sustainable community for future Calgarians.
Thank you very much for your presentation. I don't see any questions for you in the queue. Thanks for taking the time. And let me ask, is there anyone else wishing to speak to item 7.3.8? Okay, not seeing or hearing anyone else, I'll close the public hearing on this item. I will go to any questions of administration that any of you may have. I'm not seeing any, so I will look to Councillor McLean to move.
Yes, happy to move. What Sarah said and what Karen said so eloquently. So I won't repeat it all, but thank you very much for all your hard work from the SIDEX group, BNA, the city, Ravi, fantastic job. Everybody seems to be thrilled about this, so I urge you all to vote for this. If it does pass, I do have an amendment after first reading. So moved.
Thank you, and I'll just clarify too, there's 2 sets of bylaw readings, and I believe your amendment will come with the second set. Is that correct, Mr. Clerk?
That's correct, Mayor.
Okay, great. So it's been moved. Can I get a seconder? Councillor Meehan, thank you very much. Go ahead.
Yes, I'll just say, I think it's interesting to see this one in comparison to the Natsinipi and just the differences in the type of development, like this is going to be, you know, the type of development and where the infrastructure actually is. And I think that, again, getting back to the previous file, like having a max line already there is just so critical. And I know this will be a great development as well, but I just think it's really interesting to see them come back to back, and yeah, happy to support.
Thank you. I don't see anybody else in the queue. I'll go back to you to close. Councillor McLean.
Again, thanks to everybody. A lot of thoughtful input has been put into this. Closed.
Thank you. E-scribe to vote, please.
Councillor Wong, your vote, please. Thank you. Mayor Gondik, all the votes are in.
Thank you. Could you display the results, please? That's carried unanimously. First reading of bylaw 69P 2025. Anyone opposed? Hearing none, that is carried. Second reading of bylaw 69P 2025. Anyone opposed? Hearing none, that's carried. Authorization for third reading of bylaw 69P 2025. Anyone opposed? Hearing none, that's carried unanimously. Third reading of bylaw 69P 2025. Anyone opposed? Hearing none, that is carried. Now we're going on to the next set of readings. I'm stopping after first reading. First reading of bylaw 70P 2025. Anyone opposed? Hearing none, that's carried. And I will turn to you, Councillor McLean.
Yes, clerks, I believe you should have the amendment up on the screen. It's pretty straightforward what we saw the last time. So just some housekeeping that needed to be done to bring this bylaws into compliance. So pretty straightforward, pretty simple. Please support.
Thank you. Can I get a seconder? Councillor Meehan again. Thank you. I don't see anybody in the queue for debate, so let's go to eScribe to vote on this amendment.
Councillor Wong, your vote, please. Thank you. Mayor Gondik, all the votes are in.
Thank you. Could you display the results, please? That's carried unanimously. Second reading of bylaw 70P 2025 as amended. Anyone opposed? Hearing none, that's carried. Authorization for third reading of bylaw 70P 2025 as amended. Anyone opposed? Hearing none, that's carried unanimously. Third reading of bylaw 70P 2025 as amended. Anyone opposed? Hearing none, that is carried. And that brings us on to 7.3.9, which is the debt policy. We're ready whenever you are. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. My name is Jackie Lai. I'm a Senior Leader of Corporate Finance in the Treasury team, and with me I have Scott Brandt, Manager of Treasury. Next slide, please. Today, we're asking Council's approval after the public hearing to approve the amended debt policy, CP 2020-05, and 2, to keep attachment 5 confidential. Next slide, please. So what's new with the debt policy? This is a best practice update. The last debt policy was updated 4 years ago, and also we've aligned it with the new council policy standards and practice. So mainly it's to align the for a corporate borrowing strategy to where the city was looking to diversify financing sources, to update our policy regards to that, and also to set up a new debt management standards, which shorten the policy but clarifies the roles and responsibility of administration and differentiate separate roles for different tasks that's required. Also, there were slight changes to accommodate other forms of financing, mainly a debt retirement account to service to cover debt capital markets issuances. Next slide, please. So this slide just shows what's not changing. So the debt policy and the public hearing requirement is required by the city charter. There is no changes to the council's role in approval of the debt. So the bylaw process remains the same. And also there are no changes to the debt limits proposed under the debt policy. Next slide, please. So again, the recommendations. So we're requesting approval of the debt policy, and 2, to keep attachment 5 confidential. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your presentation. I will open the public hearing on this item. It is 7.3.9. Is there anyone here to speak to this item? One last time, anyone wishing to speak to 7.3.9? All right, seeing and hearing none, I'll close the public hearing on this item. I will look for questions of administration if there are any. Not seeing any, so, oh, Councillor Chabot has a question, so just go ahead. Forget your thing, just go ahead.
Sorry, attachment 5, which is listed as confidential, incorporates a whole bunch of additional debt that's not incorporated into this metric, right?
No, those are projections that are incorporated into the metrics, and it shows that the metrics are still in line with the projections.
So what we see here publicly, does it include all of the other potential debt that we'll have to incur with all of the other projects? All of the other capital programs that are currently at least in the books but haven't been realized yet?
Scott, perhaps I can pass that over to you.
Sure, yeah. Thank you for the question, Councillor Chabot. So what you see in the public attachment is everything that has been budgeted for and approved, so that we have sought and received borrowing authority for. So I think attachment 5 does provide more prospective, a more prospective forecast on, what could be. And I think the intent of that attachment is just, again, reinforce the long-term sustainability of these debt limits.
Yeah, short of going into camera, incorporated into each of these slides is not only debt, but debt servicing and what is self-supported debt, and that attachment 5 that we're referring to, again, without going into details, has those same sort of metrics incorporated into those slides as well, right?
Correct, yeah, that's correct.
Yeah, again, without going into detail. Tempted to actually go in camera, but what is before us today is, as far as the public component, is everything that's currently on the books. Okay. Yeah, I'll leave it at that.
Okay, thank you. Let's go to Councillor Spencer.
Thank you, Mayor. The section about, you just added it from useful life of an asset, so tethering the debt can't exceed the useful life. You've changed it to probable lifetime. Does that functionally change much, or can you maybe just speak to the rationale for the language change there?
Sure. Thank you for the question. The change to that is to tie the language specifically to the MGA. That's we're just copying. I mean, exactly, just
That makes sense.
transposing
Okay.
the language from the MGA.
Okay, thanks.
Okay, I don't see anybody else with any questions. I'm looking for a mover, please. Councillor Chabot. Okay.
Yeah, I'll move it, and I'll just say thank you for the confidential report as well, because it does, paint a more comprehensive picture on what could be into the future, or what may be, or what, I guess, giving council, a better sightlines into the future as we move forward in our budgeting process, especially on the capital program. So thank you for this report, and looking forward to future discussions, whether I'm here or on the other side of the table. Thanks. Moved.
Thank you. Can I get a seconder, please? Councillor Spencer, thank you. Anybody in the queue for any debate? Not seeing any. Councillor Chabot, are you closed?
Closed.
Thank you. E-scribe to vote, please.
Mayor Gondik, all the votes are in.
Could you display the results, please? Thank you. That is carried unanimously. All right, we are on to our last two items. These are both bylaw tabulations. The first one is 8.4.1.
Hi, Council. It's Teresa Goldstein, Director of Community Planning. I don't normally make an extended presentation for this. As a reminder, this is directed to administration to come back once there is a condition that's met. In this case, it is for a development permit that is ready to be approved, so we don't actually approve it until Council would provide the third reading. I'm going to give a little bit more commentary than I normally would. The next one you'll see, it's very, very short. The reason being is that administration did have it go back. So this was, third reading was withheld on September 10th of 2024. And council had said to administration to return for third reading when a development permit was ready for approval. The tabulation was brought to council in June and was referred back to administration, scheduled to return today. This bylaw tab, the DP is ready for approval. Third reading can now be given. The DART team throughout this process has evaluated the file, and the final proposed drawings reflect multiple revisions made throughout the process, incorporating the feedback from multiple sources, including the Community Association. I did want to talk about trade-offs, though. An example of some of the trade-offs that we explored in the process. Feedback was given that wider side yards would be more desirable. So the side yard today is 1.2 meters. This is standard in our districts. There was a desire to go to 1.5 meters. When we increase a side yard, it means that we actually are increasing the hard landscaping, right? So there's more area that is paved or has hard landscaping. Now, if you look at the bylaw and the bylaw tabulation before you, the relaxation on hard landscaping goes up. So in a trade-off, so to provide wider side yards, the hard landscaping goes up. So this is one of the examples of the types of trade-offs that we're doing. We explored removing a unit altogether. So taking a unit away from this, it doesn't do anything for that hard landscaping relaxation. So on that note, I will end there, and this is ready for the third reading.
All right. So can I get a mover for this, please? Councillor Penner, thank you. Seconded by Councillor Walcott. Councillor Chu with a question.
Yeah, thank you, Worship. So, as we know, the reason why we delay until today is that so the thing can work out with the resident, and the applicant can work out also with the city. But however, in this case, the DMAP, the city's DMAP, didn't include any new version of this plan. Why is that?
So are you asking why we were not continually updating the development permit plans?
Yeah, the DMAP.
Okay, so the customary process on this is that we do provide the decision rendered plans, which were the ones that were included on there. We were working through with the community association and circulating those plans directly to them. So after we left in June, my department was working with the community association to make sure that they had the most up-to-date plans. And the applicant, myself, or my team that was working on this did meet with the community association.
Thank you, Ed. From talking to the good people from the Community Association, Brentwood, CA, and they didn't get a lot of notice. I believe it's like 1 or 2 days. And then they're not allowed to have any kind of feedback. Why is that? If the motion is that to work together to and also create certainty, don't you think the people who are receiving this will affect the most? They should have that information in a little bit reasonable time frame so they can have some feedback, but nothing was allowed. Why is that?
And you're talking about on the original one that was sent back. So my understanding is that we did not provide enough notice to the community association as a courtesy to tell them that we were coming back to council in June for the third reading recommendation. The process right now is that we do provide that notification on the third reading. I would apologize that was not given enough time in that. That was why administration said let us go back and take the summer, so from June until now, to look at these plans together.
And what's your understanding about creating certainty and with our motion to uphold the second or third reading until now? Certainty. Like, how do you provide certainty?
Certainty on what element, Councillor Chu?
Like,
on notification?
On the whole application process and everything. I thought that was part of it. Create certainty to the community. But from what I have seen and what I have heard, the certainty wasn't there.
So the land use itself has not changed. The direction from council was to work on the development permits. So the certainty around the building form, meaning like through the land use, was never changed. So that should provide, I think, the basis of certainty to the community that what we're working in is remaining in that land use. The changes that are being made are through the development permit process. And so council said to administration, you know what, we want you to take the time, applicant, to work with the community on developing a form that is included in this land use. So the land use provides the certainty of what will happen as far as a use, and the details of the form are done through that development permit.
Well, I disagree because from what I have heard, like you mentioned, to work with the community, that part was kind of missing, or the best I would say is, oh, there's a box we'll have to take, and that's it. Nothing that actually satisfy or any satisfaction to the community as I understand it. And another question is the relaxation. That was a big issue back when. And apparently still the same, still 16.26, I believe, %.
So the hard surface relaxation, you are correct. We are relaxing at 16%. The reason that we are relaxing this is because we are saying that it's more important to make the side yards wider. So we put more hard surface on the side yards than it is to offset something else. And what we explored was, even in the event that we would remove a whole unit from this building, it does not change the side yards. So the side yards are what they are in this circumstance.
Councillor Chu, if I may chime in as well, just to add on to what Ms. Goldstein is saying. So the direction to administration when this land use came forward was to withhold second and third readings until a development permit is at the point of approval. So there wasn't any specific direction from council on various details. However, based on the land use item that happened in September, administration did work with the community association and trying to bring the community association and the applicant together to work on this. As Ms. Goldstein said, when we came back in June, we did not provide notice to the community association, and that's why the two of us requested it to be referred back to admin. We've been in discussions with the community association between now and then, and as Ms. Goldstein said, there are trade-offs with the development permit. You're not here to approve the development permit. You're here to give third reading to the land use bylaw. And as you know, through the development permit process, there is the opportunity for the community association or any other person, including the applicant, frankly, to appeal the development permit should they not be satisfied with the outcome.
Thank you. And that being said, the development permit, because that we're asking for concurrent. In that case, are we as councillor, we're not supposed to see the DP before we approve this concurrency motion?
No, so you don't have any jurisdiction authority over the approval or no approval of the development permit. What we do with these bylaw tabulations and what we've been doing in the past with concurrent land use applications is we've been sharing with council the site plan and a rendering of the proposed development when it is a concurrent development permit or concurrent land use and development permit. So that's there as a courtesy. I will remind all of council that regardless of a concurrent land use and development permit, a new development permit can be submitted the next day, and that then takes precedence. So there is no certainty because there's two concurrent applications.
I think that overall we have some issue on that part, because I think that's part of certainty the community is looking for, is that they can actually see it. I totally get it. Next day they can change.
The community association has seen the development permit. I've met with the community association myself. Our staff have met with the community association, and they're well aware of the process for the development permit, and should they wish to appeal, they know that they can do that.
I didn't see it. I didn't get any meeting on this.
You
So
do
there is
get
an
circulated.
attachment. There is an attachment in your package right now that is the development permit summary. And that is done because we want to recognize that council is not the approving authority on the development permit, but to give you the development permit details that augment our recommendation for third reading.
Thank you. And I would just think, we as council member, we sort of ahead of time get a heads up, right? Normally, we always get meeting request by the administration. So this what's coming.
No, councillor. So I'm just sorry, I'm going to correct there. So we do circulate development permits to council offices for information. If you wish to meet with the staff, you're welcome to request a meeting with the staff, but we do not proactively meet with you on every single application, and some councilors do have monthly board watch meetings that the staff come and we talk about the applications that you wish to talk about.
Thank you. And I know my time's up. Your worship, do I have a chance to debate after? Or this is
Procedurally, it's not debatable, right? Second and third reading, it's not debatable. It can't be introduced and it can't be debated.
I mean, Councillor Chu, I gave you some latitude to ask questions of administration, even though you should have done it before it was moved. So, I mean, you are where you are right now.
Okay, thank you.
Ms. Wobesher, you were going to say something before you were cut off?
Well, I just wanted to stress the fact that council gave very specific direction to administration, and administration has come back because they followed that direction. In that direction, there wasn't a request to bring back in particular information. It was do this thing, and that thing has happened. So we're back for second and third reading.
Thank you. Okay, with that, let's go to eScribe and vote, please.
Councillor Meehan, your vote, please.
Yes.
Mayor Goddick, all the votes are in.
Thank you. Could you display the results, please? That's carried 8-4 with councillors McLean, Chu, Sharp, and Chabot voting against. Second reading of bylaw 234D 2024. Anyone opposed? Councillor Chabot is opposed. Councillor Chu is opposed. Councillor McLean is opposed.
Sharp.
And Councillor Sharp is opposed. Hearing that, with those opposed, this is still carried. Third reading of bylaw 234D 2024. Anyone opposed? The same makeup of councillors is opposed, and that is carried. All right, that takes us to item 8.4.2.
Hi, Council. Teresa Goldstein. I'm here to provide context around the bylaw tabulation. The public hearing and first reading of bylaw 34P 2025 was held on April 8th, 2025. The bylaw was for an amendment to the Saddle Ridge Area Structure Plan to reclassify 52nd Street Northeast to an arterial, from an arterial to a modified primary collector. Council withheld second and third reading of the bylaw until administration approved a final design for 52nd Street Northeast as a modified collector that achieves consistency. I'm here to say that we have achieved this. Any questions?
I'm not seeing any questions. Okay, so I'll look for a mover on this item, please. Councillor Penner, seconded by Councillor Meehan. Not seeing anybody in the queue for debate, so let's go to eScribe to vote.
Councillor Meehan, your vote, please.
Yes.
Thank you. Mayor Gondik, all the votes are in.
Thank you. Could you display the results, please?
Oh, Mayor, before you declare the vote,
Oh,
apologies, there were some ineligibilities for voting. I think we'll have to recast this vote.
okay. I'm sorry, everyone. We are going to recast the vote, and here's the members that cannot vote. Councillor Kura, Councillor Demong, Councillor Penner, and Councillor Sharp. This is because you were all absent for the public hearing on the 9th of April. No, you can't move it either, so we'll have to go back. We'll get Councillor Walcott to move it. Councillor Meehan will still second it. My apologies, Mr. Clerk. I should have caught that here.
So sorry, apologies, I missed the mover and seconder.
It's Councillor Walcott, seconded by Councillor Meehan.
Okay. Thank you. Mayor, I think we'll just update that on screen.
All right, you can see that this is before you once again. Councillors Kura, Demong, Penner, and Sharp are ineligible to vote. Everyone else, please go to eScribe.
Councillor Meehan, your vote, please.
Yes.
And Councillor Dhaliwal, your vote, please.
Sorry, I was not present for this item, so I can't vote.
You were present for the public hearing. There was no public hearing today. This public hearing took place on April 8th, I think April 9th, actually. And you were present for the public hearing, so you are eligible to vote on this.
Okay, thank you.
So could I have your vote, please? Mayor, Councillor Dhaliwal?
He did.
Oh, he did. Thank you. Mayor Gondek, all the votes are in.
Thank you. Could you display the results, please? That's carried unanimously. Second reading of bylaw 34P 2025. Anyone opposed? Hearing none, that's carried. Third reading of bylaw 34P 2025. Anyone opposed? Hearing none, that is carried. Well, this is the last time with this council that I get to be an auctioneer at public hearing. I'm looking for someone to move to adjourn. Councillor Penner. Seconded by Councillor Walcott. Anyone opposed to adjourning? Seeing and hearing none, we're adjourned.
This is the Easy Listening channel on Stingray Music. Focus on you. Music's on us. Stingray Music.